The most desirable jobs in ancient Rome's slow boring history. The night is quiet, and the world feels wide and still. Imagine a soft darkness resting over old stone streets. Not a heavy darkness. Not a cold one. But a gentle one, like a blanket laid carefully over a sleeping city. The air is calm. Somewhere far away, a door closes. Somewhere closer, a small fire settles into embers. Rome, long ago, often slept like this. Not all at once. Not all in the same way. But slowly, in pieces, as each home found its own quiet. The great city was large, but most lives inside it were small and simple. People lived close together. They worked close together. They rested close together. And when night came, it moved gently through the streets, touching stone walls, wooden doors, tiled roofs, and narrow windows, until even the busiest places grew still. In the morning, when the light returned, it did not rush in. It slid slowly along the walls. It found the edges of rooftops. It rested in courtyards. It waited in doorways. People woke in the same slow way. A hand moved. A breath changed. A foot found the floor. Another day began. In ancient Rome, most days were not filled with great events. They were filled with small ones. A cup being lifted. A door being opened. A tool being picked up and set down again. Life moved in steady lines, like the sun across the sky. And in this steady world, work was not only something people did. It was something people lived inside. Jobs were not just tasks. They were shapes of life. They decided where someone stood, where they walked, what they touched, what they heard, and how tired they felt at the end of the day. Some work was loud. Some work was quiet. Some work was heavy. Some work was light. And some work, in a world that was often hard, was gentle enough to be desired. Not because it made someone rich. Not because it made someone powerful. But because it made life a little calmer. A little steadier. A little kinder to the body and the mind. In Rome, long ago, people did not speak of careers the way people do now. They spoke of trades. Of duties. Of places they belonged. A person might be known as the one who keeps records. Or the one who watches the door. Or the one who tends the gardens. Or the one who copies words. These were not grand titles. They were quiet descriptions of daily life. And for many, these quiet roles were the most desirable ones of all. The city itself was always awake in some way. Even before the sun fully rose, there were footsteps. There were carts moving slowly over stone. There were voices, low and unhurried. Shops opened their shutters. Homes opened their doors. Courtyards filled with light. The smell of bread began to drift through narrow streets. The sound of water being poured into basins followed soon after. Some people went out to carry heavy things. Some went out to stand for long hours. Some went out to walk from place to place. But some stayed close to walls and shade. Some stayed near desks and benches. Some stayed where the air was calmer and the work was slow. These were the jobs many people quietly hoped for. Not because they were easy, but because they were steady. In a world where the body was often tired, where hands were often sore, where backs often ached, steadiness mattered. Inside a large Roman house, the day might begin with quiet footsteps across smooth floors. A person whose work was to keep records would sit at a small table. The table would be simple. The light would come from a nearby opening or a lamp. They would take out their tools. A writing surface. A reed pen. A small container of ink. They would not rush. They would look at what was written before. They would add new lines, slowly and carefully. Their work was not loud. It did not echo. It did not require lifting or carrying. It required time, and steady hands, and a calm mind. These people were not famous, but they were needed. Every large household had lists. Every business had numbers. Every store of goods had counts and records. And the person who kept these things in order lived a life that moved at the speed of thought, not the speed of muscle. They sat more than they stood. They stood more than they carried. They carried more than they ran. Their days were shaped by quiet tasks. And when evening came, their bodies were tired in a softer way. Not worn down. Not strained. Just ready for rest. Nearby, in another part of the city, someone else might have a different kind of gentle work. They might be a doorkeeper. Not a guard with armor and weapons. Not someone who chased or shouted. Just someone who opened and closed. In a large home, or a public building, doors mattered. They kept out dust. They kept in warmth. They marked the difference between inside and outside. A doorkeeper stood or sat near the entrance. They watched. They listened. They greeted some people. They turned others away. Most of the time, nothing happened. The door stayed closed. Or it opened quietly and closed again. The doorkeeper's work was not heavy. It was patient. They learned the rhythm of the place. They learned the sound of familiar footsteps. They learned the quiet hours and the busy ones. They were part of the building, almost like a piece of furniture that could speak and move. Their day passed slowly. Their body stayed mostly still. Their mind stayed awake in a gentle way. And when their shift ended, they went home without the deep ache that came from lifting or digging or pushing. Not all desirable work was inside. Some of it was in gardens. Rome had many gardens. Small ones. Large ones. Quiet ones behind walls. Open ones near homes and temples. A gardener's day began with light. They walked between plants. They touched leaves. They checked the soil. They did not hurry. They trimmed here. They cleared there. They carried small tools, not heavy loads. Their work was slow and repeated, like the seasons. They knew which plants liked shade. They knew which ones needed more water. They knew where the sun stayed longest in the afternoon. The garden changed, but not suddenly. And the gardener changed with it. Their hands grew used to careful movements. Their eyes grew used to small details. They spent their days in air and light, but not in the harsh parts of either. They did not fight the ground. They worked with it. When evening came, they were tired, but in a quiet way, like someone who has walked a long, gentle path. Inside workshops and homes, there were also people whose work was to copy words. Rome was full of writing. Letters. Lists. Records. Stories. Orders. Agreements. All of these had to be written by hand. A person who copied text sat for many hours. They leaned over their work. They followed lines carefully. They tried not to make mistakes. Their world was small. A table. A page. A lamp or a window. But in that small world, time passed gently. They did not lift stones. They did not pull ropes. They did not walk long distances. They moved their hands. They moved their eyes. They moved their thoughts. Their back might grow stiff. Their fingers might grow tired. But their life did not wear away in the same way as someone who worked with heavy tools. They were close to words. And words have their own quiet weight. Some people worked in bathhouses. Not as laborers who carried wood or water, but as attendants. They handed out towels. They guided visitors. They kept rooms in order. The bathhouse was a place of warmth and steam and quiet voices. An attendant walked slowly through wide rooms. They listened to water. They watched people come and go. Their work was gentle. Their movements were unhurried. They learned the pattern of the day. Morning was quieter. Midday was busier. Evening slowed again. They did not need to think about weather. They did not need to travel far. Their world was made of stone floors, warm air, and soft echoes. It was not an easy life. But it was a steady one. In shops, some people worked not as makers, but as keepers. They stood behind counters. They watched shelves. They counted goods. They spoke to customers in calm voices. They did not shape metal. They did not fire clay. They did not cut stone. They watched. They waited. They measured and recorded. Their day was made of small exchanges. A coin. A piece of cloth. A loaf of bread. They spent more time standing than lifting. More time talking than carrying. Their work kept them close to people, but not close to strain. In large homes, there were also those whose work was simply to keep things in order. They cleaned. They arranged. They prepared rooms. They did not rush. They followed routines that changed very little from day to day. Sweep the floor. Wipe the table. Open the windows. Close them again later. Their work was quiet. It left the body tired, but not broken. And because these tasks were always needed, their place in the household was steady. In the great city, with its noise and movement, these quieter roles formed a soft layer beneath everything else. They did not draw attention. They did not appear in stories of battles or speeches. But they shaped daily life more than almost anything else. They were the rhythm that held the days together. Morning after morning. Evening after evening. And people who held these jobs often lived longer, calmer lives than those who carried heavy loads or worked in the sun all day. Not because their lives were easy, but because their work allowed their bodies and minds to move at a slower pace. As the sun rose higher, the city grew louder. But in shaded rooms, in quiet corners, in gardens and halls and small offices, the gentle work continued. Hands moved. Pens scratched softly. Doors opened and closed. Time passed in small pieces. And as the light slowly shifted across walls and floors, these workers stayed where they were, doing what they had done yesterday, and the day before that, and many days before that. Not in a hurry. Not in a struggle. Just in the slow, steady way that made some jobs in ancient Rome not only useful, but quietly desirable. As the morning settled more deeply into the city, the light changed. It no longer rested only on the edges of buildings. It moved into courtyards. It slipped through doorways. It found the smooth tops of tables and the worn edges of steps. Rome did not wake all at once. It unfolded. In some streets, voices were already rising. In others, only footsteps could be heard. And inside many buildings, the calm work continued. In places where records were kept, the air often smelled faintly of ink and old wood. A clerk might pause for a moment, not because they were tired, but because they were thinking. They would look at a number. Then look again. Then write it down. Their world was made of lines and columns. They did not hurry, because mistakes were harder to fix than slowness. Around them, shelves might hold rolled papers or thin wooden tablets. Each one was a small piece of memory. A shipment received. A payment made. A name recorded. Day after day, these small pieces of memory grew into long rows of quiet proof that something had happened. And the person who kept them did not need to lift anything heavier than their tools. They carried the weight of order instead. In larger houses, there was often someone whose job was simply to manage the flow of the day. They were not the owner. They were not the cook. They were not the cleaner. They were the one who made sure everyone knew where to be. They spoke in calm tones. They reminded. They arranged. They did not rush through rooms. They walked. They did not shout. They spoke clearly. Their work was made of timing. When food should be prepared. When rooms should be ready. When guests should be received. They moved through familiar spaces, watching the day unfold like a slow play whose lines they already knew. Their bodies stayed in motion, but never in strain. They did not carry loads. They carried plans. And because of that, their energy lasted longer. In the shade of walls, near the edges of busy streets, messengers sometimes waited. Not the ones who ran long distances, but the ones who stayed nearby. They were called when a message needed to move from one room to another, or from one building to the next. They stood. They listened. They walked when needed. Most of their day was waiting. And waiting, in a quiet place, is a gentle kind of work. They learned the patterns of footsteps in halls. They learned which doors were always open and which were always closed. They became part of the background. And in that background, time moved slowly. In workshops, there were also roles that did not touch the hardest parts of labor. Not everyone who worked in a place that made things had to make them. Some people counted materials. Some people checked finished pieces. Some people cleaned tools. They moved among benches and tables. They picked up small things. They set them down again. They made sure that what was needed would be there later. Their hands stayed busy, but not strained. Their eyes did more work than their backs. And when the day ended, they left with tiredness that faded by morning. In schools and private homes, teachers and tutors lived another kind of steady life. They sat with students. They spoke. They listened. They repeated the same lessons many times. Letters. Words. Numbers. Simple ideas that slowly became clear. Their voices grew tired before their bodies did. Their days were shaped by attention, not effort. They watched young minds struggle and then understand. They corrected mistakes gently. They waited while someone tried again. And though their work required patience, it did not wear the body in the way heavy labor did. They returned home with quiet thoughts and a calm kind of fatigue. In temples and public buildings, caretakers moved through large spaces. They swept. They arranged. They checked that things were where they should be. They did not rush. The stone floors would still be there tomorrow. The columns would not move. The walls would not change. Their work was to keep order in places that were meant to feel timeless. They walked long, slow paths across echoing rooms. They listened to their own footsteps. They worked alone, or in small groups, often in silence. And silence, in a busy city, was a kind of comfort. Some people worked with books and scrolls. They did not write. They did not teach. They kept. They took scrolls from shelves. They put them back. They checked that they were not damaged. They knew where everything belonged. Their memory was their main tool. They moved carefully. Paper and parchment were not heavy, but they were precious. And so their hands learned to be gentle. Their days were spent in still air, in rooms where voices were low and movements were slow. Time passed differently there. Not in hours, but in pages. In the homes of the wealthy, there were also those whose work was to serve quietly at meals. They brought food. They took away dishes. They poured drinks. They did not cook. They did not clean the kitchens. They moved between tables and doors, between rooms and corridors. They learned to walk without sound. They learned to watch without staring. They learned to be present without being noticed. Their bodies stayed upright. Their hands stayed busy. But they did not lift heavy pots or scrub floors. Their work was made of small, careful movements. And because of that, it did not break them over time. Outside, in the city, the sun climbed higher. Shadows shortened. The streets grew warmer. But inside, in these quieter roles, the heat was softer, the light more controlled, the pace more gentle. People in these jobs often knew each other. They passed in halls. They nodded. They shared a few words. They lived in the same rhythm. Not fast. Not slow. Just steady. And that steadiness was what made these jobs so quietly valuable. Not because they brought glory. Not because they brought great wealth. But because they allowed a person to wake up, work, and sleep without feeling that each day was a battle. As afternoon came, the city's energy changed again. Some shops grew quieter. Some streets emptied. Inside buildings, work continued much the same. Records were finished for the day. Rooms were set in order. Tools were put away. The same hands that had worked in the morning now worked a little more slowly. Not because they were weak, but because the day was gently closing. And when evening light began to stretch across walls and floors, these workers felt the soft, familiar tiredness that comes from doing the same calm things, day after day. They had not been rushed by danger. They had not been pushed by heavy loads. They had moved through time at a human pace. And in a city that could be loud and demanding, that was its own kind of quiet success. Evening did not arrive suddenly in Rome. It came in layers. First, the light softened. Then the sounds changed. Then the air began to cool, just a little. Shadows grew longer along the streets. They stretched across doorways and steps. They rested against walls that had held the sun all day. For many people, work was ending. But for some, it was simply changing its shape. In houses where records were kept, lamps were sometimes lit before the sky was fully dark. The small flames did not push the night away. They only made a small circle of light. A clerk might still be sitting, finishing the last lines of the day. Their hand moved more slowly now. Not from pain, but from habit. They knew the day was almost complete. They would check what they had written. They would roll up a scroll. They would place it carefully where it belonged. There was comfort in this order. Not excitement. Not pride. Just the quiet feeling that things were where they should be. In large homes, the person who guided the day's routines walked through rooms one last time. They looked at doors. They looked at tables. They looked at the spaces where people had been. They listened. They did not need to speak much now. The work of voices had passed. The work of movement was slowing. They made small adjustments. A chair moved closer to a wall. A cloth folded more neatly. A lamp placed where it would be needed later. These were not grand acts. They were small acts that made tomorrow easier. And making tomorrow easier was a quiet kind of success. In the cooler air near courtyards, messengers who had spent the day waiting began to drift away. Some walked home alone. Some walked in pairs. Their steps were unhurried. They talked about small things. About the weather. About a short message that had made someone smile or frown. They did not carry the weight of big decisions. They carried only the memory of moving words from one place to another. And when they reached their doors, they felt that light tiredness that comes from standing and walking, but not from strain. In workshops, the soft sounds of closing could be heard. Tools were placed back on shelves. Benches were brushed clean. Small pieces of material were gathered and stored. The people who counted and checked and arranged were often the last to leave. They liked things to be neat. Not because someone demanded it, but because order made the next day calmer. They moved through the space slowly, touching objects, putting them in their places. Their hands knew these shapes well. Their eyes knew when something was not quite right. And when everything looked as it should, they felt ready to rest. In schools and quiet rooms where teaching had happened, voices were gone now. Only the memory of them remained. A tutor might still be there, reading by a lamp, or arranging notes. They did not rush. Learning did not need speed. They thought about the day. About a student who finally understood a word. About a number that had been difficult to remember. These small thoughts stayed with them as they prepared to leave. Their body was not heavy with exhaustion. Their mind was gently full. In temples and large public spaces, caretakers moved like slow shadows. They checked doors. They adjusted lamps. They walked long paths through echoing halls. Their footsteps were soft. Their work was almost invisible. They did not change the world. They only kept it ready for the next morning. And in that quiet duty, there was a steady kind of peace. In rooms filled with scrolls and books, the keepers of these collections closed shutters or drew curtains. The air became still. They moved carefully, as they always did. They touched nothing without purpose. They knew that these objects would outlast many days, many seasons, many lives. Their job was not to hurry through time. It was to protect it. They left the rooms in silence, and the silence stayed. In dining rooms, the last dishes were carried away. Those who served moved more slowly now. The urgency of the meal was over. They stacked plates. They wiped tables. They placed things where they would be found again tomorrow. Their feet had walked many small paths during the day. Now those paths were done. They felt the pleasant tiredness of repetition. Not the kind that hurts. The kind that tells the body it is time to rest. Outside, the city's sound changed again. The busy noise of daytime faded. In its place came quieter sounds. A door closing. Footsteps on stone. A distant voice. The air held these sounds gently. And in many small rooms, people who had lived these steady working days sat or lay down. They did not think of themselves as important. They did not need to. Their lives were made of days that fit together. One calm piece after another. And in a world where some lives were loud and difficult, this quiet pattern was something rare. Night settled fully now. Lamps glowed in windows. Stars appeared above rooftops. The city rested in layers, just as it had awakened. And in that rest, the people who held these gentle roles slept. Their hands were not aching. Their backs were not broken. Their minds were not racing. They had spent the day in rooms, in halls, in shaded spaces. They had moved things, counted things, watched things, guided things. They had kept life smooth, even when no one noticed. And that, in its own quiet way, was a kind of comfort that lasted beyond the day itself. Morning returned in a soft way. It did not arrive with noise. It came with light that slipped into rooms and rested on walls and floors. In narrow streets, the sun reached down only in thin lines. In open courtyards, it spread more freely, touching stone and wood and cloth. People woke as they always did. Not all at once. Not in a rush. Some rose when birds began to move. Some rose when the light felt warm enough. Some rose when they heard others in the house begin their quiet tasks. In homes where records were kept, a clerk might sit for a moment before starting. They would wash their face. They would straighten their clothing. They would take a breath and let the day begin. Their work did not ask for strength. It asked for patience. They walked to their place and sat down. They opened a scroll or a tablet. They checked what had been written yesterday. They made small marks to remind themselves what needed to be done. The room was quiet. Only the soft sound of movement and the faint sound of writing could be heard. Time moved slowly there. And that was how they liked it. In larger houses, the person who guided the daily order of things was already awake. They moved through rooms that were still half in shadow. They opened shutters. They checked doors. They made sure water was ready and spaces were clean. They did not call attention to themselves. They did not need to. Their work was felt, not seen. When others began to move, things were already in their places. And that made the day feel smoother, even if no one said so. In schools and quiet rooms of learning, tutors prepared for another calm day. They arranged seats. They set out simple tools for reading and counting. They looked at their notes. They did not expect miracles. They did not expect great changes. They expected slow understanding. And slow understanding was enough. Their voices, when they spoke, would be gentle. They knew that minds opened better in quiet than in noise. In workshops where counting and measuring mattered more than lifting and shaping, the same careful habits returned. People arrived one by one. They greeted each other with small nods. They checked shelves. They checked lists. They checked the small signs that told them what the day would hold. Their work was not heavy. But it was steady. And steady work made steady days. In the shade of public buildings, messengers waited again. Some leaned against walls. Some sat on low steps. They listened to the sounds of the city waking. They did not rush forward. They waited for someone to call them. Waiting was part of their skill. And they were good at it. When they were sent, they walked. Not quickly. Not slowly. Just at the pace that kept their breath easy and their thoughts clear. In places where scrolls were kept, the keepers of these quiet rooms unlocked doors and let light inside. They moved with care, as they always did. They touched shelves. They checked the air. They looked for dust or damp. They wanted these rooms to feel safe. Not just for the objects, but for the people who would come to read or copy or study. They knew that silence was not empty. It was full of attention. In dining spaces, those who prepared and served began again. They moved bowls and cups. They laid out simple food. They did not speak loudly. They did not need to. The morning had its own rhythm. And they followed it. Their work was not praised. But it was noticed in small ways. A clean table. A warm drink. A quiet place to sit. These were comforts that did not ask for thanks. They simply existed. Outside, the city took on its daytime shape. Stalls opened. Doors stood wide. People passed each other without hurry. Not every job in Rome was calm. But some were. And these were the ones people remembered when they spoke of good fortune. Not because they made someone rich. Not because they made someone powerful. But because they made life gentle. These workers did not carry heavy loads. They did not face loud danger. They did not stand in the heat for long hours. They lived inside routines. And routines, when they are kind, can feel like shelter. As the sun rose higher, light filled more spaces. It touched floors. It touched hands. It touched the edges of tools and books and tables. And in that light, people continued their quiet tasks. They wrote. They counted. They watched. They arranged. They waited. They taught. None of it would be remembered in great stories. But all of it made the days easier for others. And for themselves, it made the hours pass in a way that did not hurt. By the middle of the day, some would pause. They would eat simply. They would drink water. They would sit in shade. They would let their minds rest, just for a moment. Then they would return to their places. Not with hurry. Not with wait. Just with the calm knowledge that the afternoon would be much like the morning. And that sameness, in a world that could often be hard, was a quiet kind of gift. The afternoon light in Rome had a softer color than the morning. It did not fall straight down. It moved across walls and floors in longer shapes. Shadows grew wider. The air felt a little warmer, but also calmer. In quiet rooms where writing was done, hands kept moving. A scribe would pause sometimes, not because of tiredness, but because careful work needed small breaks. They would look at what they had written. They would check the lines. They would make sure each word was clear. The room stayed still. Only the faint sound of a reed pen touching a surface could be heard. Time did not rush there. It walked slowly, like someone who knows they will arrive anyway. In houses where records were kept, someone might open a small window. A little air would come in. It would carry the sounds of the street, but only in a soft way. Footsteps. A distant voice. The movement of carts far away. None of it broke the quiet. It only reminded those inside that the city was alive. In schools, lessons continued. Not with long speeches. With short, simple words. A tutor would repeat something gently. A student would repeat it back. Mistakes were not met with anger. They were met with patience. Patience was part of the job. And that was why many people wanted such work. It did not ask for shouting. It did not ask for force. It asked for time. In offices where goods were counted and listed, the same calm filled the air. Someone checked numbers. Someone else wrote them down. Someone else looked at the shelves to make sure nothing was missing. They worked together without much talking. They did not need many words. Each person knew their place. And when everyone knows their place, the work feels lighter. In shaded courtyards, a messenger might return from a short walk. They would hand over a note. They would wait. Sometimes they would be sent out again. Sometimes they would be told to rest. Rest was not seen as laziness. It was part of doing the job well. A tired body made mistakes. A calm body did not. In rooms where scrolls were stored, a keeper might gently move a stack from one shelf to another. They would do it slowly. They did not want to damage anything. They did not want to rush. They knew that these small objects held many hours of other people's work. And work deserved care. In dining spaces, the middle of the day was a quiet time. Not many people stayed. Those who did sat without noise. They ate without hurry. They did not speak much. They did not need to. Sometimes silence was the best part of the meal. Outside, the streets were brighter. But even there, some corners stayed quiet. A small shop in shade. A doorway with cool air inside. A bench near a wall. People who had gentle jobs knew these places. They used them. They sat for a while. They watched the day move. They did not feel pushed by time. They felt carried by it. These were the jobs people spoke about in low voices. The jobs that did not break the body. The jobs that did not fill the mind with worry. The jobs that let a person go home in the evening with enough strength to eat, to sit, and to rest. Not everyone could have such work. But many hoped for it. And those who had it often stayed. They stayed for years. They stayed because the days were steady. They stayed because the nights came with sleep, not pain. As the sun began to lower, the light changed again. It became softer. It became quieter. Work did not stop at once. It slowly became less. One task finished. Then another. Then someone put away a tool. Someone else closed a book. Someone else wiped a table. No bells rang. No loud voices called an end. The day simply began to fold itself into evening. And those who worked in these calm places felt that change in their bodies. Their shoulders relaxed. Their hands slowed. Their thoughts grew lighter. They knew they would walk home soon. They knew their work would wait for them tomorrow. And that knowledge was one of the quiet comforts of these gentle jobs in ancient Rome. Evening moved through the city like a soft shadow. It did not hurry. It did not push. It simply arrived, one street at a time, one wall at a time, one quiet room at a time. In the places where careful work had been done all day, people began to leave in small, unspoken waves. One person closed a door. Another folded a cloth. Another placed a tool back where it always stayed. Nothing dramatic happened. There was no sudden change. Only the slow turning of a day into night. A clerk might step outside and pause for a moment. The air felt different. Cooler. Quieter. The sounds of Rome were still there, but they were softer now. Less sharp. More distant. Footsteps did not echo as loudly. Voices did not carry as far. The city was learning how to rest. Those with gentle jobs walked home without hurry. They knew the roads. They knew the stones under their feet. They had walked these same paths many times before. There was comfort in that. There was safety in knowing each turn, each corner, each familiar wall. Some carried nothing. Some carried a small bundle. Some carried only their thoughts. Their thoughts were not heavy. They were not full of fear or strain. They were simple. What food might be waiting? Where to sit? How the room would feel when the door closed behind them. In homes, lamps were lit. Not many. Just enough. The light was warm and small. It did not reach every corner. But it did not need to. People did not need bright rooms to rest. They needed quiet. They needed stillness. They needed the feeling that the work of the day was done. Someone who spent the day writing might wash their hands slowly. They would watch the water move over their fingers. They would dry their hands with care. These small actions were part of the calm. They were not rushed. They were not skipped. They were simple and steady, like the work had been. In another home, someone who kept records might sit on a low bench. They would stretch their legs. They would lean back against the wall. They would close their eyes for a moment. Not to sleep yet. Just to rest inside the quiet. In rooms where families gathered, voices stayed low. People spoke, but not much. They did not need long stories. The day had already been full enough. They shared food. They shared space. They shared the slow passing of time. Outside, the sky darkened little by little. Not all at once. The last light stayed on rooftops and high walls. Then it faded. Then only lamps and small fires remained. The city did not disappear. It only became softer. In places where scrolls and tools and tablets had been used, everything waited. Nothing moved. Nothing asked for attention. The work would be there tomorrow. And because it would be there tomorrow, it did not need to be thought about now. This was one of the quiet gifts of these peaceful jobs. They did not follow people into the night. They stayed where they belonged. They waited in silence. People who had spent their days in shade and calm found sleep more easily. Their bodies were not filled with sharp pain. Their minds were not filled with loud noise. They lay down. They listened to the small sounds of their homes. A breath. A step. The soft crackle of a dying flame. And slowly, without effort, sleep came. Not like a command. Not like a sudden fall. But like a gentle lowering, the way evening lowers into night. And in that slow, steady darkness, Rome rested. Morning returned without noise. It did not announce itself. It did not hurry the city awake. It simply changed the color of the sky, little by little, until walls and roofs and narrow streets could be seen again. In the small rooms where people slept, eyes opened slowly. No one rushed to stand. No one jumped from their bed. They listened first. They listened to the soft sounds of the city beginning again. A distant footstep. A door opening somewhere far away. The quiet call of a bird on a roof. Those who held the calmer jobs of Rome began their days in the same untroubled way they had ended them. They sat up. They stretched. They took a slow breath. There was no reason to hurry. Their work would be waiting, just as it always did. In a modest home near a shaded street, a man who kept records for a small store washed his face with cool water. He did this every morning. The water felt the same every morning. Cool. Clean. Simple. He dried his face with a cloth that had been used many times before. It was soft from long use. He did not think much about it. These small details were part of his life, like the stones in the road or the light in the sky. In another part of the city, a woman who spent her days copying letters and short messages for others prepared her writing tools. She did not do this in a hurry. She laid them out the same way each time. The same place for the reed pen. The same place for the small knife used to trim it. The same place for the ink. Order made the day feel steady. And steadiness made the work feel light. Outside, shops began to open. Not all at once. One door, then another. Wooden shutters lifted. A broom moved dust from one place to another. The streets did not fill quickly. They filled slowly, like water rising in a shallow bowl. People walked, but not fast. They had time. They knew they had time. Those with desirable, gentle work did not need to compete with the noise of heavy labor. They did not need to shout. They did not need to strain. They simply arrived. A clerk took his place behind a small counter. A keeper of accounts sat at a low table near a window. A messenger who carried only light letters stood in the shade, waiting for his first task. The air inside these places was calm. It smelled of wood, of old paper, of dust that had settled long ago. Light came in through small openings. It did not flood the room. It rested there, like a quiet guest. Work began without ceremony. A number was written. A line was copied. A short message was read and set aside. Each movement was small. Each movement was enough. There was no need to make the work look important. It was important because it was steady. It was important because it was done with care. Time passed, but no one watched it closely. There was no reason to count every moment. The day was wide. It had space in it. Someone stood and walked a few steps to ease their legs. Someone else paused to look at the light on the wall. These pauses were not wasted. They were part of the work. They kept the mind clear. They kept the body calm. Outside, the city continued in its slow rhythm. Carts rolled by, but not too often. Voices rose and fell, but never stayed loud for long. The great weight of Rome moved, but in these quiet rooms, that weight felt far away. And so the morning passed. Not quickly. Not slowly. Just steadily. Like a gentle stream that does not need to prove it is moving. As the sun climbed higher, the light shifted gently through the windows and open doors. It touched floors with warm color, but never harshly. It fell across scrolls and tablets, across small wooden counters, across shelves lined with simple objects that had been used for many years. People who had begun their morning in stillness now moved with measured steps. They did not hurry. They did not need to. A scribe lifted a pen and began to trace words on a sheet of parchment. Each letter came slowly. Each line followed the one before it, steady, careful. There was no need to rush. The day would hold enough hours for all that needed doing. Nearby, a woman who recorded accounts moved small tokens across a table. She counted slowly, deliberately. She arranged them neatly in lines. Then she wrote numbers beside each row. She did not glance up. She did not worry about the time. Time was a companion, not a taskmaster. In a small courtyard outside, a messenger waited for instructions. He leaned against the wall of a quiet house. The breeze moved his cloak gently. He adjusted the strap of his satchel. He listened to the distant sounds of the city waking, the soft creak of doors, the faint footsteps of early workers, the muted chatter of neighbors. All of it was distant enough to remain calm, but present enough to remind him he was not alone. Somewhere else, a tutor prepared for the day. He arranged the materials he would need. A tablet here, a stylus there. Perhaps a small scroll or two. Each object had a place. Each place had been chosen to make the day easier. When students arrived, they did not rush. They moved quietly, one by one. No one called their names loudly. No one demanded attention. The lessons began gently, softly. A word spoken, repeated softly. A question answered in the same quiet tone. There were no interruptions. There was no need for force or loud correction. The day continued this way. Each small, careful act built upon the one before it. A clerk wrote, a keeper counted, a messenger walked, a tutor spoke. Every movement was deliberate. Every sound was soft. Even the city outside followed this rhythm, though its pace was slightly faster. Shops opened slowly. Carts moved along the cobbled streets at an unhurried speed. The sun climbed higher, but the warmth was steady, not oppressive. People in gentle jobs did not sweat in haste. They moved carefully, feeling the day as it passed through them. No one envied another. No one hurried to take someone else's place. There was patience. There was calm. And within that calm, there was comfort. By midday, some workers paused to eat. A small meal of bread, cheese, perhaps some fruit. Not elaborate. Not hurried. They ate with the same care they applied to their work. Bites were small. Water sipped slowly. The room remained quiet, filled only with the sound of contented chewing, the soft scrape of utensils against wood or clay. When the meal ended, they rested briefly. They did not move immediately. They let the quiet linger. Even the air seemed to hold still for a moment. Then they returned to their tasks, refreshed but not hurried. The rhythm of the city continued to shift gently into afternoon. Light moved across walls. Shadows lengthened. Tasks that had been repeated since morning continued in the same patient, deliberate way. Nothing abrupt occurred. Nothing was sudden. And in this slow, steady pace, the desirable jobs of Rome revealed their true gift: time for thought, time for calm, time for living without unnecessary strain. It was a rare comfort in a city that could otherwise be loud, crowded, and demanding. Afternoon settled over the city with a slow, golden light. It was not dazzling, not urgent. It lingered on the surfaces of walls, streets, and open windows. People who worked in the calmer trades continued their tasks with quiet attention. A scribe paused to roll a scroll, aligning its edges carefully. He did not rush. Each motion was thoughtful, deliberate, a small meditation in movement. Nearby, a clerk organized coins, placing each in its proper place. The shine of metal caught the light briefly, then faded into shadow again. No one seemed startled. No one seemed hurried. It was a rhythm that had settled over them, like a gentle tide. Outside, the city carried on, though in a muted, measured way. Carts moved slowly along the cobbled streets. A merchant placed clay pots on a bench, one by one. People passed without pressing forward. Everyone seemed to respect the quiet spaces, the rooms and streets that allowed thought and care to exist. In a shaded corner of a courtyard, a teacher guided a student through reading a simple passage. Their voices were soft, almost a whisper. A mistake was met with a calm correction. No scolding. No rush. The words were spoken, repeated, and understood. In another room, someone counted small ledgers, tallying numbers for a client who had entrusted them to careful hands. There was a satisfaction in the precision. A quiet pride in the small, steady work that few noticed but everyone needed. Even as the sun shifted toward evening, there was no rush. Shadows lengthened across desks, benches, and counters. A scribe rested his hand for a moment. A clerk set aside his final tally. A messenger looked up from a note he was about to deliver. The light softened, filling the spaces between people and objects with warmth. Somewhere distant, a bell might ring, marking the end of a minor event, but it did not break the calm. The day's work wound down like a river slowing as it approached a wider plain. Those who had held the calmer, desirable jobs felt the gentle satisfaction of the hours spent well. Their bodies were tired, but not strained. Their minds were full, but not heavy. Evening promised the same quiet that had welcomed them in the morning. The slow turning of the day into night was a rhythm known to everyone who sought work that allowed space for thought and care. A woman who copied letters carefully folded her last sheet of parchment. She placed it neatly in the same box she had used for years. A clerk counted one last stack of coins, then set them aside. A tutor closed a small tablet and lifted a quiet gaze toward the window, noticing the first stars beginning to appear. The city's light softened further. Lanterns and small lamps were lit gently, filling homes with a golden glow that did not stretch too far. People moved from the world of work into the world of home, carrying with them the calm that their jobs had allowed. The streets, quieter now, reflected the diminishing light. Shadows stretched and merged. Even the air seemed to hold itself in patience, waiting for night to settle fully. Those who had held the desirable jobs walked slowly. They spoke softly. They carried little but the quiet satisfaction of a day done well. They entered their homes and moved through familiar spaces with gentle care. The smell of bread baking somewhere nearby. The warmth of a small fire. The soft textures of fabrics long used. All of it welcomed them into the night. There was no need for excitement. There was no need for applause. The calm was enough. The steady work, the careful movements, the slow passing of the hours, it was all enough. And in this quiet, Rome rested, as did those who had chosen the gentle paths of the most desirable jobs. As the sun dipped lower, the city of Rome shifted from gold to soft amber, then to the muted blues of approaching evening. The light settled on walls and rooftops, bringing out textures that had gone unnoticed in the brightness of day. People who had spent the day in steady, careful work moved quietly through the streets, returning to their homes. Each step was measured. Each breath was unhurried. Inside modest homes, lamps were lit one by one. Their glow spread slowly across walls, casting gentle shadows that danced lazily. The work of the day had ended, but it left behind a kind of gentle pride, a quiet sense of accomplishment. A scribe sat by his small table, looking over the letters he had written. He touched the edges of the parchment, smoothing them with careful fingers. A clerk sat near a window, counting one last set of coins, then setting them aside in a small wooden box. Everything had a place. Everything had its order. The day had given itself freely, and now, in the calm of evening, the results rested in quiet, deliberate arrangements. Outside, the city's sounds softened. Footsteps echoed less sharply. The clatter of carts diminished. Even voices seemed to bend toward quietness, lowered by the evening itself. A messenger paused in the fading light, adjusting his satchel and resting his legs. He watched the last movement of the day, the slow closing of shutters, the soft swing of doors, the gentle settling of people into their evening routines. The warmth of fires in homes provided comfort. It was not heat that demanded attention. It was warmth that invited calm. People gathered near these small flames, some to eat, some to wash, some to simply sit and breathe. The air smelled of wood smoke, of food, of earth that had absorbed the sun's heat and now gave it back softly. Children moved quietly near their parents. They did not scream. They did not run wildly. They were aware, even at their small age, of the gentle pace of the city's calmer paths. They mimicked it. They copied the soft movements of adults, the quiet patience of those who had chosen to work in ways that allowed time for reflection and ease. A tutor in a modest home sat beside a student, reading a small passage aloud. The voice was soft, measured, not hurried. The student repeated words carefully, slowly, as if each syllable were a small meditation. Even the act of learning was transformed into calm by the slow rhythm of attention and care. The day's brightness left a lingering glow across rooftops. The first stars began to appear. They were small, distant, and yet steady. People noticed them, sometimes with quiet wonder, sometimes simply in passing. The city seemed to hold its breath. The work, the tasks, the accounts, the letters all waited patiently for the next day. There was no urgency. There was only steadiness. And this steadiness filled the hearts of those who had spent their day in the most desirable jobs of Rome. They had space to think. They had space to move. They had space to rest within the work itself. And as night approached fully, people settled into their homes. They prepared simple meals, cleaned their spaces, and tended small fires. Each action was deliberate. Each movement slow and steady. They spoke in low voices or remained silent. The calm of the day carried into the evening. The quiet work, the gentle footsteps, the muted light, it all blended into a serene rhythm. Even the city itself seemed to exhale. And in this exhale, the people who had spent their day in calm, desirable work felt it too. They leaned back. They closed their eyes briefly. They breathed slowly. And they allowed the night to enter softly, like a quiet tide washing over stone and wood and the gentle hearts of those who had worked steadily through the long Roman day. Night deepened slowly. It did not rush. It draped itself over the city like a soft, dark cloak. Shadows lengthened in every room, in every alley, over every quiet rooftop. Inside homes, lamps glimmered gently, casting a warm, golden light. Families gathered near fires, their faces soft in the glow. Some shared small meals, quietly and with care. Some simply rested, letting the day's work settle into memory. Outside, the streets were nearly empty. Only the occasional footstep echoed faintly against cobblestones. The city itself seemed to breathe slowly, evenly. Those who had held the most desirable jobs in Rome moved gently through their homes. A scribe closed the last of his scrolls for the evening. He placed it carefully on a shelf, aligning it with others he had worked on over the weeks. The act was small, deliberate, and satisfying. It marked the end of his day without need for ceremony. A clerk finished tallying coins, placing them into a worn box with the same care he had shown throughout the day. The clink of metal was soft, almost comforting. Each sound in the quiet home carried a weight, not of burden, but of gentle presence. Outside, a messenger returned from his short journey. He moved softly, pausing at the door to take a slow breath of the cool evening air. His work had been light, purposeful, and yet calm. He entered the home with the quiet pride of someone who had completed what was needed without hurry, without strain. In another home, a tutor closed a tablet after an evening lesson. The student looked up briefly, smiled softly, and then left the table to wash and rest. Even the simplest tasks were performed with a deliberate ease, a rhythm learned over long days of careful attention. The air in rooms carried familiar scents, faint smoke from fires, the lingering aroma of evening meals, the earthy smell of stone floors and wooden walls. There were no surprises. No sudden noises. No urgency. Only the steady pulse of a city in slow repose. Some individuals moved to small tasks before bed, folding cloth, arranging objects, setting small tools in order. Their movements were precise but unhurried. Even the act of preparing for sleep became part of the calming rhythm that had carried them through the day. The sky outside darkened further. Stars multiplied, scattered across the heavens. The moon rose gradually, pale and gentle, reflecting on roofs and streets with soft light. Those inside homes glanced briefly at it, appreciating its calm glow. The night deepened into a soothing quiet. No one rushed, no one worried, no one tried to fill it with unnecessary noise. People settled into their final tasks. Some read small scrolls. Some reflected silently on the day. Some simply closed their eyes for a moment to rest before the final moments of evening passed. The quiet of the city matched the quiet within each home. Even the animals of the city moved more slowly. Dogs curled near fires. Cats stretched languidly, then rested. The rhythm of life was soft, deliberate, and comforting. As the evening waned, the last actions of the day mirrored the first, slow, careful, mindful. There was no rush, no need for recognition. The work, the living, the breathing, they were enough. And so, night fully enveloped the city. The desirable jobs of Rome, the gentle movements, the quiet attention, the careful work all settled into their spaces as the city exhaled into darkness. The streets were calm. The homes were warm. The people rested. And the soft, steady rhythm of life in ancient Rome, in its slower, more deliberate way, continued into the quiet night. The night stretched across Rome like a gentle, dark blanket. It held the city softly, cradling it with shadows that moved slowly as the moonlight shifted. In homes, the fires burned low, casting a warm, flickering glow that barely reached the corners of rooms. People who had spent their day in calm, desirable work settled into chairs, beds, or cushions, letting the quiet fill them. A scribe placed the last parchment gently on a shelf and ran his fingers along its edge. He took a breath, slow and even, feeling the day's labor settle into a comforting weight. The clerk, too, moved with care, closing the ledger, stacking coins, and allowing the small metal clinks to mark the end of tasks. Outside, the city's streets were mostly still. Occasional footsteps echoed faintly, but they were soft, measured, respectful of the calm that had descended. The messenger, now home, rested beside the fire. He leaned back, feeling the warmth seep through his cloak, soothing muscles that had moved steadily all day. Even the simplest evening meal, a slice of bread or a piece of fruit, was consumed slowly, mindfully, with appreciation. In a courtyard, a tutor and a student reflected quietly on the day's lessons. The student traced letters with careful fingers, repeating the soft sounds of words in the fading light. No hurry. No corrections shouted. Each syllable was gentle, a soft echo in the calm room. The air itself seemed still, carrying the faint scent of smoke, earth, and wood. Even the breeze moved gently, brushing across rooftops and courtyards, stirring leaves only slightly before settling again. People leaned back in their chairs, resting bodies and minds in the slow embrace of the evening. Every movement was careful. Every breath deliberate. The city's quieter trades, the jobs of patience and care, revealed their gift now more fully, a gentle transition from activity to rest. A candle burned low, soft, and steady, illuminating the last small tasks of the day. A woman folded fabric, aligning each edge precisely. A man ran a finger along the final tally of accounts, nodding quietly at the completion of his work. The scribe stretched, rolled his shoulders, and allowed the weight of the day to ease. A soft wind rustled through open windows, carrying with it the faint smell of distant gardens and fresh earth. The night deepened further. Shadows moved with a slow, almost imperceptible rhythm. The moonlight shifted across walls and floors, highlighting textures and objects that had gone unnoticed in the daytime. A lamp flickered softly, casting golden light over familiar objects, quills, ledgers, scrolls, and small tools. Even in darkness, there was warmth, a quiet safety, a gentle sense that all was as it should be. Some households spoke softly, exchanging small words of reflection or care. Others remained completely silent, allowing the quiet to fill the spaces between people. A child curled up near a parent, breathing evenly. A dog rested its head on cold stone floors, undisturbed. The rhythm of life slowed, folding back onto itself in layers of calm. Even the city's larger streets, usually bustling, carried only faint echoes of movement. A lone lantern illuminated a distant wall, its glow faint but steady, a reminder of life continuing without disturbance. The desirable jobs of Rome had carried their keepers through the day, and now, in the deep night, offered the same quiet gift: time to settle, time to reflect, time to rest. The scribe's fingers rested lightly on his lap. The clerk's eyes closed gently. The tutor and student left their small room together, moving through hallways softly, letting the night guide them. Evening had turned into deep night without a single rush, without a single disturbance, flowing as naturally as the slow currents of a river. The city held its breath, the homes whispered in silence, and the people allowed themselves to dissolve into the calm. The fire dwindled, the lamp's glow softened, and the stillness of Rome became absolute. Within this gentle quiet, life continued, steady, unhurried, and reassuring. Every task completed, every object placed, every movement made, each contributed to the soft rhythm that would carry the city until the first light of dawn. And as the night pressed fully against stone and wood, the people who had chosen the calm, careful paths of Rome's most desirable jobs rested, their minds and bodies at peace, embraced by a city that had learned the art of slow, enduring calm. The night stretched on, deep and quiet, wrapping the city in soft darkness. Even the stars seemed to linger, slow and steady, their pale light spilling faintly over rooftops. The moon moved across the sky, casting silvered shadows over cobbled streets and clay tiles. Inside homes, fires had burned low, but their warmth remained, faint and reassuring. People who had spent the day in careful, desirable work had long settled into quiet routines, small tasks that required minimal effort, just enough to close the day fully. A scribe smoothed the edge of a finished scroll one last time. He placed it gently beside others, lined in quiet order, each marking a day well spent. The clerk, seated near a lamp, allowed his eyes to rest for a few moments before extinguishing the small flame. Even in the simplest gestures, there was care. Even in the softest movements, there was calm. A tutor adjusted the small blanket over a student who had already dozed lightly. No words were needed. The calm understanding between them was enough. Outside, the city held a muted rhythm of its own. The occasional breeze rustled through trees and across empty streets. The faint sound of water in distant fountains carried softly, almost unnoticed. The wind moved gently, stirring curtains or brushing across stone, yet never breaking the stillness. In the homes along quiet lanes, small fires flickered in hearths, casting warm shadows that shifted subtly with each breath of air. A candle burned low, its flame tiny but steady. A dog curled near it, eyes closed, completely at peace. The people of Rome moved slowly through their evening routines, whether washing, folding cloth, arranging tools, or setting aside the day's work. Every gesture was measured, deliberate, and unhurried. Even the act of preparing for sleep became a quiet meditation, a slow unfolding of care and attention. The moonlight filled rooms with silver tones. The gentle glow highlighted familiar textures: worn wood, smooth stone, soft fabrics. The city itself seemed to exhale in tandem with its inhabitants. Even the night air felt patient, holding its coolness without haste, caressing skin and hair as it moved through open windows. Children who had not yet fallen asleep breathed softly, rolling gently in bed. Parents watched, not with worry, but with calm presence. A soft footstep here, a gentle adjustment there, and then stillness returned. In courtyards, shadows stretched long across stone. A single lantern swung slightly on its hook, casting a slow, lazy light. The distant sound of a fountain, the rustle of leaves, the faint creak of wood settling each joined the quiet chorus of night. Inside, people reflected softly on the day, the hours spent, the calm satisfaction of work completed. No one felt hurried. No one felt pressed. The rhythm of the city, the steady care of its inhabitants, allowed the night to unfold naturally, without interference. Some prepared small snacks before sleep, moved quietly through hallways, tended fires, or adjusted bedding. Each act was a small ritual, a gentle confirmation that the day had ended with dignity and ease. Even in the simplicity of these moments, there was richness, a comfort in order, a satisfaction in care, a quiet joy in stability. The scribe, the clerk, the tutor, the messenger all settled into this quiet, each in their own home, each enveloped by calm. The night pressed fully against the city, yet it was not heavy. It was soft. It was patient. It was protective. And in this soft night, the people of Rome rested, their thoughts slowing, their breaths deepening, and their bodies dissolving gently into stillness. The calm of the evening had transitioned into the serenity of night, and the city held its quiet vigil as those who worked in the most desirable trades of Rome slept slowly, peacefully, and without disturbance. Even the distant sounds, if there were any, were softened by the thickness of night, and the subtle hum of life continued, slow, unhurried, and reassuring. The warmth of fires, the flicker of lamps, the soft texture of familiar objects each became companions to a city learning the quiet art of rest. The moon continued its silent path across the sky. The stars shone faintly, a backdrop to the gentle movements of homes and hearths. And in every corner, every room, every small space, life unfolded softly, quietly, and completely at peace. The city of Rome lay in near complete stillness. Even the usual noises of the streets had softened, muffled by distance and the patient embrace of night. A soft breeze stirred the leaves of small trees in courtyards. It moved gently, brushing against walls and rooftops, carrying the faint scent of earth and stone. Inside homes, lamps had dwindled to tiny embers. The fire's glow reflected across walls and floors, warming spaces without heat, softening shadows without hurry. The scribe, long done with his day's work, leaned back, letting his hands rest. He felt the calm settle into his bones, the quiet weight of hours well spent. The clerk had finished placing his coins in neat stacks. He sat quietly beside them for a moment, breathing slowly, and allowed the day's routine to fade from his mind. Even the tutor and his student had completed their lessons. The child slept lightly beneath the soft folds of a blanket, the tutor's gentle hand stilling a stray strand of hair. Outside, the stars hung patiently over tiled rooftops, faintly illuminating narrow streets. Shadows stretched long and slow across stone and wood. The occasional step echoed quietly, someone moving to tend a small task or check a fire, but each was soft, deliberate, respectful of the surrounding calm. The wind carried faintly the distant sounds of water in aqueducts, the slow dripping from fountains, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the barely audible stirrings of livestock resting in the outskirts. Inside kitchens, Fires had been reduced to coals, their heat faint but comforting. A few meals lingered, the scent of bread or roasted grain still faintly in the air. Objects were carefully arranged: plates, bowls, utensils, cloths, tools, all left exactly as they should be for the coming day. The people of Rome moved with patience. Their steps were quiet. Their hands were gentle. Even breathing carried a sense of careful attention, each inhale and exhale slow, deliberate, steady. Some lingered by the fire, feeling its warmth, gazing softly at the flickering light, watching shadows shift and stretch across familiar walls. Some read, quietly tracing letters with gentle fingers, savoring the shapes, the sounds, the slow rhythm of thought. Others simply rested, letting the steady quiet wash over them. A messenger, having returned from his brief route, now sat near a window, breathing in the night air. He let the coolness fill him, balancing the warmth of the home, and felt the gentle pause of the city around him. The scribe adjusted his quills one last time, laying them neatly across the table, each in its proper place. The clerk closed his ledger, letting the pen rest beside it. Every gesture was small, deliberate, and soothing. The night itself seemed aware of these moments. It moved across streets and homes with measured care, brushing the city in darkness without haste, settling each shadow in its proper place. Windows reflected silver light from the moon, soft and steady, complementing the gentle warmth within. Even the walls seemed to hum a quiet rhythm, the quiet sound of stone, wood, and life resting together. The night deepened further. All became slow. All became measured. Even those who had once hurried through their work now leaned fully into this calm. Eyes closed, hands resting, hearts steady, they allowed the evening to dissolve entirely into night. And in this soft stillness, the city of Rome, and the people within it, breathed together, a long, slow exhale, a gentle pause, a night without hurry, without worry, a perfect, quiet pause between one day and the next. The stars above continued their quiet journey. The moon moved steadily, pale and patient. The embers of fires glowed faintly, steady in their heat, comforting without intrusion. Even the smallest sounds, the flick of a cloth, the soft creak of wood, the quiet shifting of a person in rest, were part of the calm, rhythmic life of the city. And through it all, the most desirable jobs of Rome, the steady, patient work that filled the day, left behind a gift in the night, a gentle, enduring sense of quiet, calm, and completeness. The city and its people rested fully. They breathed slowly. They settled completely. And the soft, steady pulse of life continued quietly, unobtrusively, through the long, dark Roman night. The night remained slow and deep, stretching over rooftops, alleyways, and open courtyards with an unhurried patience. Even the occasional flicker of a lamp or the faint glimmer of moonlight seemed deliberate, as though the city itself moved in quiet cadence. Inside homes, families rested near the gentle glow of dying embers. Some lay on mats or beds, wrapped in layered cloths that smelled faintly of linen and wool, the textures familiar, comforting. A scribe leaned against a low table for a moment, letting his body soften against the wood, his hands resting quietly on the last scrolls of the day. The clerk, beside his carefully stacked coins and ledgers, allowed his eyes to close briefly, each breath deep and steady, releasing the hours of careful counting and recording. Outside, the wind whispered through narrow streets and open windows. It carried scents of earth and stone, a faint fragrance of herbs in distant gardens, and the lingering warmth of fires that had burned all evening. A tutor, having tended to his students' final needs before sleep, sat quietly by the hearth. His thoughts moved slowly, without urgency, recalling the gentle movements, the soft words of guidance, the small accomplishments of the day. The city itself seemed suspended, as if holding its breath, pausing for the delicate transition between night and morning. Even distant animals, the horses in stables, the dogs curled near fires, the cats weaving softly between furniture, moved with measured calm. Every sound, every movement, every breath blended into the soothing fabric of the night. The moon, pale and steady, moved gradually across the heavens, washing walls and streets with a gentle silver light. The stars remained scattered and soft, their presence subtle but constant. Inside homes, small tasks were completed with care, folding cloth, adjusting pillows, arranging small tools, tidying what had been used during the day. Each gesture was slow, deliberate, as though the act of finishing the day was itself a quiet meditation. Some people read, tracing letters with careful fingers, allowing the sounds of words to echo softly in their minds. Some simply rested, eyes closed, feeling the comforting warmth of a fire, a blanket, a familiar room. The scribe placed his quills carefully into a wooden holder. The clerk set his ledger on a shelf beside the coins. Even the simplest of movements became deliberate rituals, comforting in their repetition, steadying in their calmness. The wind shifted slightly, carrying faint rustles of leaves, and the distant sound of running water added a gentle undertone to the night's silence. The city's streets remained nearly empty, save for the occasional soft footstep of someone attending a final task. Each movement was respectful, soft, measured, part of the slow rhythm that had guided the day and now guided the night. Even time seemed to stretch, lengthening each moment into a series of gentle, deliberate pauses. The people of Rome rested in this rhythm, their breath steady, their hearts calm. No sound was urgent. No action demanded immediate attention. Everything moved at the pace of the night, slow, patient, and quiet. The warmth of fires, the gentle glow of lamps, and the faint light of the moon together created a cocoon of calm within every home. Even in the deepest night, life continued, but without hurry, without strain, without tension. The city exhaled slowly, and the people inside each home followed its lead, folding into the calm of darkness. Some eyes flickered open briefly, reflecting the gentle lamplight, then closed again, surrendering fully to the quiet. The soft pulse of daily life, the rhythm of work completed, the satisfaction of order and care all lingered as a gentle comfort. The moon continued its silent path across the sky, the stars remained scattered like distant, patient companions, and the city of Rome rested fully, each inhabitant at peace, each corner of stone, wood, and fabric steeped in quietude. Even the smallest sounds, the faint settling of walls, the soft creak of wood, the low murmur of distant water added to the night's lullaby rather than disturbing it. And so the city held itself in gentle stillness, embracing the long, dark hours with patience, calm, and unhurried grace. The people who had spent their day in desirable, careful work now slept, rested, or moved softly in the dim light, their minds and bodies perfectly attuned to the quiet rhythm of a city at peace. The night, steady and unwavering, continued to cradle them, and Rome, in all its calmness, allowed the gentle passage of hours to be its gift to those who lived within its walls. The night deepened further, stretching like a velvet blanket across the city. Each rooftop, each cobbled street, each courtyard was softened by darkness and quiet, a stillness that seemed to breathe slowly. Inside the homes of Rome, the last embers of fires glowed faintly, casting warm, flickering shadows that moved lazily along walls and floors. People lay or sat in comfortable positions, allowing their bodies to sink into the gentle embrace of rest. The scribe's hands rested lightly on his lap, his eyes closed, the memory of the day's work flowing gently out of consciousness. The clerk, in his small room, allowed his ledger to remain closed, his fingers tracing the smooth wood of the table as his thoughts slowed to a peaceful drift. A tutor's soft voice had long since faded, replaced by the deep, even breathing of a child asleep beneath the folds of a blanket. The night carried no urgency. The city's usual rhythm had been replaced by patient calm, a slow exhalation that reached even the farthest alleys. A lone lantern flickered faintly in the distance, its light soft, steady, and almost meditative. The wind moved carefully, brushing against walls and leaves, stirring the faint scent of herbs and soil. Even the occasional creak of wood as a building settled sounded like a quiet song in the stillness. The people of Rome moved with care, though few moved at all. Some adjusted bedding or covered small fires with lids, each action deliberate, gentle, almost ceremonial in its slowness. The moon continued its silent path, casting soft light over open windows and courtyards, illuminating the subtle textures of walls, tiles, and fabrics. A dog rested near a fire, ears twitching once or twice, then returning to complete stillness. A cat wove softly along furniture, pausing only to nestle against a quiet sleeper before curling into a small, serene ball. The city, so vast and alive during the day, now existed in a space between moments. Time seemed to stretch, each breath, each heartbeat, each flicker of flame prolonged into a meditative pause. The warmth of fires mingled with the cool night air, a gentle contrast that comforted the senses without intrusion. Even the simplest gestures, a hand smoothing a blanket, a finger tracing the edge of a scroll, a quiet sigh of satisfaction at a task completed, added to the tranquil rhythm of life. In courtyards, leaves shifted softly, and shadows moved slowly, stretched by the glow of the moon. A small fountain in the distance trickled quietly, its water a gentle undertone to the hush of the night. No voices broke the calm. No hurried steps disturbed the rhythm. Every element of the city, from the smallest objects to the largest buildings, existed in harmony with the slow, measured pace of life within. The desirable jobs of Rome, careful, patient, and precise, left behind their mark, not in noise or commotion, but in the serene order of spaces and hearts. Even those who had labored most diligently during the day now rested fully, their minds settling into the same quiet cadence as their surroundings. The moonlight shifted slowly, casting new angles, revealing textures in walls, tiles, and furniture that were unnoticed during the day. The quiet rustle of curtains, the soft sighs of sleepers, the faint hum of distant water all combined into a lullaby for the city itself. In these hours, Rome breathed with its people, the pulse slow and comforting, a rhythm that encouraged deep reflection, peace, and rest. Every flicker of light, every soft creak, every whispered sound became part of the gentle symphony of night. And as the city lay in darkness, the people, scribes, clerks, tutors, messengers, and craftsmen floated in quiet contemplation, held by the invisible hand of calm. The night carried on steadily, unbroken, unhurried, a continuous gift of tranquility that flowed seamlessly into every home, every room, every resting body. The streets and courtyards were quiet, the moon pale and patient, and the fires glowed low, casting warmth without urgency. Each inhabitant existed in perfect stillness, the labor of the day replaced by the quiet satisfaction of rest, the comfort of familiarity, and the gentle rhythm of life moving slowly forward. And so the city, so vast and ancient, existed fully in the night, every element, human, animal, stone, wood, water, and fire, aligned in the calm, enduring hush that made sleep deep, secure, and peaceful. The night deepened further, stretching like a velvet blanket across the city. Each rooftop, each cobbled street, each courtyard was softened by darkness and quiet, a stillness that seemed to breathe slowly. Inside the homes of Rome, the last embers of fires glowed faintly, casting warm, flickering shadows that moved lazily along walls and floors. People lay or sat in comfortable positions, allowing their bodies to sink into the gentle embrace of rest. The scribe's hands rested lightly on his lap, his eyes closed, the memory of the day's work flowing gently out of consciousness. The clerk, in his small room, allowed his ledger to remain closed, his fingers tracing the smooth wood of the table as his thoughts slowed to a peaceful drift. A tutor's soft voice had long since faded, replaced by the deep, even breathing of a child asleep beneath the folds of a blanket. The night carried no urgency. The city's usual rhythm had been replaced by patient calm, a slow exhalation that reached even the farthest alleys. A lone lantern flickered faintly in the distance, its light soft, steady, and almost meditative. The wind moved carefully, brushing against walls and leaves, stirring the faint scent of herbs and soil. Even the occasional creak of wood as a building settled sounded like a quiet song in the stillness. The people of Rome moved with care, though few moved at all. Some adjusted bedding or covered small fires with lids, each action deliberate, gentle, almost ceremonial in its slowness. The moon continued its silent path, casting soft light over open windows and courtyards, illuminating the subtle textures of walls, tiles, and fabrics. A dog rested near a fire, ears twitching once or twice, then returning to complete stillness. A cat wove softly along furniture, pausing only to nestle against a quiet sleeper before curling into a small, serene ball. The city, so vast and alive during the day, now existed in a space between moments. Time seemed to stretch, each breath, each heartbeat, each flicker of flame prolonged into a meditative pause. The warmth of fires mingled with the cool night air, a gentle contrast that comforted the senses without intrusion. Even the simplest gestures, a hand smoothing a blanket, a finger tracing the edge of a scroll, a quiet sigh of satisfaction at a task completed, added to the tranquil rhythm of life. In courtyards, leaves shifted softly, and shadows moved slowly, stretched by the glow of the moon. A small fountain in the distance trickled quietly, its water a gentle undertone to the hush of the night. No voices broke the calm. No hurried steps disturbed the rhythm. Every element of the city, from the smallest objects to the largest buildings, existed in harmony with the slow, measured pace of life within. The desirable jobs of Rome, careful, patient, and precise, left behind their mark, not in noise or commotion, but in the serene order of spaces and hearts. Even those who had labored most diligently during the day now rested fully, their minds settling into the same quiet cadence as their surroundings. The moonlight shifted slowly, casting new angles, revealing textures in walls, tiles, and furniture that were unnoticed during the day. The quiet rustle of curtains, the soft sighs of sleepers, the faint hum of distant water all combined into a lullaby for the city itself. In these hours, Rome breathed with its people, the pulse slow and comforting, a rhythm that encouraged deep reflection, peace, and rest. Every flicker of light, every soft creak, every whispered sound became part of the gentle symphony of night. And as the city lay in darkness, the people, scribes, clerks, tutors, messengers, and craftsmen floated in quiet contemplation, held by the invisible hand of calm. The night carried on steadily, unbroken, unhurried, a continuous gift of tranquility that flowed seamlessly into every home, every room, every resting body. The streets and courtyards were quiet, the moon pale and patient, and the fires glowed low, casting warmth without urgency. Each inhabitant existed in perfect stillness, the labor of the day replaced by the quiet satisfaction of rest, the comfort of familiarity, and the gentle rhythm of life moving slowly forward. And so the city, so vast and ancient, existed fully in the night, every element human, animal, stone, wood, water, and fire aligned in the calm, enduring hush that made sleep deep, secure, and peaceful. The first faint glimmers of dawn brushed softly against the horizon, painting the sky in muted shades of pale blue and gentle gray. The city remained cocooned in quiet, the night holding its last whisper of darkness as the day's arrival approached without hurry. Inside homes, fires glowed faintly, their warmth balanced by the cool breath of early morning air. People remained in their places of rest, some still deep in sleep, others beginning to stir with the soft stretch of limbs, the quiet settling of bodies back into comfort. The scribe, still leaning gently against his table, let the morning light filter through a window, illuminating the smooth lines of his writing tools. The clerk rose softly, arranging the remaining papers and closing ledgers with slow, deliberate motions, careful not to disturb the calm that surrounded him. The tutor moved quietly, tending to blankets and bedding, smoothing folds, brushing stray hairs gently aside, preserving the peacefulness of the household. Outside, the first birds began their soft, tentative songs, low notes that barely rose above the gentle rustle of leaves and the faint hum of distant water. The streets, still empty, seemed to hold their breath, awaiting the day without haste, allowing the city to stretch fully into the new light. The moon, pale and patient, lingered faintly in the sky, its presence slowly giving way to the growing clarity of morning. Shadows began to shrink and shift as sunlight touched the edges of buildings, the gentle change so gradual it was almost imperceptible. A dog lifted its head, ears twitching, before settling back into a slow, rhythmic breathing beside a fire. A cat moved along a window sill, paused to watch the first light, and then curled again, a soft silhouette in the warming glow. Inside kitchens, small fires were tended, coals arranged, bread and porridge set to cook slowly, their scents mingling with the crispness of the air. People moved carefully, quietly, each gesture deliberate, each action designed to preserve the serenity that had held the night. The scribe retrieved a fresh scroll, touching it lightly, feeling the texture of the paper under fingers steeped in calm and patience. The clerk adjusted his small stack of coins, counting gently, methodically, savoring the slow rhythm of the task. The tutor prepared a quiet space for study, arranging writing tools and teaching implements with careful attention, letting each object rest in its place. The city itself seemed to awaken slowly, in measured, almost meditative increments. The soft stir of wind through streets and courtyards, the gentle trickle of water from fountains, the muted calls of early birds all contributed to a quiet symphony of dawn. Even the smallest movements, the settling of a blanket, the brushing of a table, the quiet inhale of a sleeper added to the rhythm, seamless, unhurried, serene. The houses, the streets, the open squares of Rome reflected this same patient calm, each stone, tile, and wall gently illuminated by the early light. The most desirable jobs of Rome, though long finished for the night, had left behind spaces perfectly attuned to comfort, organization, and serenity. Even the animals, so accustomed to the rhythm of human life, moved with patience, adding their own subtle sounds to the quiet tapestry of morning. The city exhaled slowly, a gentle, measured rhythm of life continuing seamlessly into the new day. The people of Rome, still warm in blankets or softly stirring near fires, moved with the same care, taking small, deliberate steps to ease into activity. The calm of the night lingered, as if woven into the very fabric of the city, ensuring that even as light grew stronger, the gentle, restorative rhythm remained. And so, Rome rested fully even as it began to awaken, a city held in balance between night and day, darkness and light, stillness and motion, each element perfectly attuned to the slow, patient cadence of life. The long, dark hours had passed with gentle care, leaving a lasting sense of quiet, calm, and readiness for whatever the day might bring, all without hurry, without urgency, and entirely in harmony with the enduring rhythm of the city. The pale light of morning stretched gradually across rooftops, spilling into open windows and across cobbled streets. The city was waking, but slowly, each movement deliberate, measured, and calm. Inside homes, fires were tended carefully, coals arranged with steady hands, smoke rising in faint, curling trails. The scribe rose fully, stretching slowly, letting each limb find its ease after hours of rest. He retrieved fresh parchment, adjusting his tools methodically, appreciating the quiet of a room bathed in soft light. The clerk moved with patience, tidying ledgers, arranging coins, the faint metallic glint catching the first rays of sun. In kitchens, small flames flickered beneath pots of porridge and bread, the warmth mingling with the cool, gentle morning air. The tutor called softly to his students, guiding them through exercises with careful, unhurried instruction. Outside, birds sang in gentle melodies, a soothing accompaniment to the slow stirrings of the city. The streets remained largely empty, save for those tending essential work, moving lightly over stone, careful not to disturb the rhythm of the day. Fountains trickled steadily, their sound a low, calming hum that echoed faintly through courtyards and squares. Dogs and cats moved softly, weaving between people and furniture, their steps gentle, part of the quiet dance of morning. Every sound, every breath, every soft movement added to the peaceful cadence of the waking city. The scribe's hands moved across the parchment slowly, deliberately, tracing letters with care, his mind fully absorbed in the gentle rhythm of writing. The clerk counted coins, then set them aside with precise attention, each movement meditative, almost ceremonial in its calm. The tutor guided students through letters and numbers, each word spoken softly, each gesture slow and reassuring. Sunlight shifted gradually, illuminating walls, tiles, and fabrics, softening the textures and enhancing the comfort of familiar spaces. Even the smallest household objects, the wooden bowls, the clay cups, the woven mat, seemed part of the gentle symphony of morning life. The city exhaled slowly, and each inhabitant followed, their bodies, minds, and movements perfectly attuned to the calm rhythm that the night had established. Courtyards glimmered with dew, and the faint rustle of leaves added a soothing undertone to the soft chorus of early morning sounds. Animals settled into their own routines, their movements quiet, graceful, and unhurried. The city had found balance between the lingering calm of night and the awakening promise of day. People moved deliberately from room to room, completing small tasks, washing, arranging, tending, preparing. No one rushed. No one hurried. Every step, every gesture, every soft sound was in harmony with the slow, meditative pulse of life that filled Rome. The scribe paused to admire the faint glow on the walls, the way light played over familiar textures, and then returned to work with steady hands. The clerk lingered briefly near a window, watching a pale beam illuminate a row of tiles, and then set to his quiet task once more. The tutor adjusted a student's desk with careful attention, smoothing papers, aligning tools, fostering order and calm with each motion. Even the simplest of movements, a stretch, a sigh, a soft shift of weight, became a meditation, a contribution to the seamless rhythm of the morning. The city exhaled, inhaled, moved, and paused. It existed fully, slowly, and patiently, as though time itself were stretched, elongated, and softened by care. The light continued to grow, bathing walls, streets, and courtyards in a gentle, warm clarity. Yet even with day's arrival, the calm persisted, a quiet undercurrent flowing through the city, through the people, and through every subtle detail of life. The most desirable jobs, scribes, clerks, tutors, and skilled artisans, continued their work with a deliberate serenity, their motions and minds aligned perfectly with the peaceful tempo of the city. Every gesture, every action, every small detail was infused with care and attention, creating a living mosaic of calm, gentle productivity. And so, Rome moved into morning with patience, without rush, each inhabitant aware of the beauty in slow, deliberate life, carrying the quiet, restorative rhythm of night into the unfolding day. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its light soft and diffuse, bathing the city in a gentle, golden warmth. Courtyards, open squares, and quiet streets were touched by subtle warmth, and shadows shifted slowly, stretching and retreating with patient grace. The scribe continued his careful work, hands steady, eyes following the smooth sweep of letters, mind fully absorbed in the deliberate act of writing. The clerk moved softly among his papers and coins, arranging, counting, and noting with precision, each gesture slow, thoughtful, and purposeful. The tutor guided students through lessons with quiet patience, emphasizing understanding over haste, and creating an atmosphere of calm concentration. Kitchens were filled with faint aromas, bread baking, porridge simmering, herbs releasing their subtle fragrance, a gentle reminder of nourishment and care. Animals moved about gently, cats stretching in sunlit corners, dogs resting on cool stone floors, their breathing slow, rhythmic, and unhurried. The streets remained calm. Only a few voices carried across open spaces, soft and deliberate, part of the gentle hum of a city in measured motion. Courtyards glistened with dew from the night before, reflecting sunlight in subtle, soothing patterns that shifted slowly with the day. Fountains trickled softly, the water reflecting light, providing a serene, constant rhythm that echoed through open spaces and narrow alleys. Every sound in the city, the scrape of a chair, the soft tap of a foot, the faint rustle of clothing, was part of a slow, meditative cadence. The scribe paused briefly, touching the edge of a page, inhaling the faint scent of parchment, feeling its texture beneath his fingers, before continuing with deliberate care. The clerk adjusted the placement of a small pile of coins, appreciating the symmetry and order of the arrangement, letting each movement contribute to the calm. The tutor moved around the room softly, ensuring every student had what they needed, smoothing papers and mats with careful, gentle motions. Outside, sunlight illuminated tiles, walls, and fabrics in subtle patterns, highlighting textures unnoticed during the night. Even the hum of distant voices was softened by distance and patience, contributing to the overarching serenity of the city. The most desirable jobs of Rome, those practiced with skill, patience, and diligence, created not only tangible results but also an enduring sense of order and tranquility. People moved slowly through their tasks, aware of each motion, mindful of each small detail, and connected to the rhythm of the city. The air was filled with soft fragrances, herbs from small gardens, baked bread, morning dew, and the faint aroma of warm stone and timber. Animals settled into small routines, lounging in sunbeams or moving softly among people, each step deliberate and unhurried. The city seemed to exhale and inhale as one, each inhabitant contributing to the collective, gentle pulse of life. Even the simplest tasks, writing a line, arranging coins, smoothing a blanket, became meditative, enhancing the calm that flowed through every room and street. The scribe traced letters with care, the clerk placed coins precisely, the tutor guided students slowly, and all around them, Rome absorbed each movement with quiet grace. Windows were open to the soft air, allowing a gentle breeze to brush the skin, stir curtains lightly, and carry faint sounds of water, birds, and movement across the city. Fires in kitchens and homes burned low, coals glowing steadily, casting faint warmth and flickering light across quiet spaces. Shadows shifted slowly on walls, tiles, and floors, accentuating textures, revealing details that had been hidden in night's softer glow. Even the sun itself seemed patient, rising slowly and filling spaces with a measured, gentle radiance that encouraged calm reflection. Children moved with quiet curiosity, observing adults with attention, learning the deliberate, careful rhythm of work, life, and thought. The people of Rome carried themselves with the poise and attention born of routine, their movements deliberate, coordinated, and entirely in harmony with the city's gentle tempo. The streets, squares, courtyards, and homes seemed to breathe with them, soft, steady, unhurried, and timeless. The combination of labor, learning, domestic life, and patient observation created an atmosphere of balance, order, and enduring calm. Every task completed, every note written, every coin placed, every soft word spoken, contributed to a sense of harmony that stretched from the earliest hours of morning through mid-morning. The city existed not in haste but in rhythm, in quiet understanding, and in deliberate, gentle movement. And so, the desirable jobs, the careful routines, the patient actions of Romans, and the subtle interplay of sunlight, shadow, and stillness carried the city forward, maintaining the calm and serenity that had begun with night and would continue as day unfolded. The sun rose higher now, its warmth more certain, spilling over rooftops and spreading across courtyards, streets, and open squares. Light touched walls and tiles with a soft, steady glow, revealing textures that had remained hidden in the shadowed quiet of early morning. Inside homes, fires were maintained gently, coals glowing steadily, their warmth radiating slowly through the rooms. The scribe leaned slightly over his parchment, tracing letters with calm precision, each stroke deliberate and unhurried. The clerk handled ledgers and coins with soft, careful movements, mindful of the balance and order he created in each small arrangement. The tutor guided students through reading and arithmetic with patience, each word spoken slowly, each demonstration performed with thoughtful attention. Outside, the city moved with quiet efficiency. Horses trotted softly, carts rolled gently over stone streets, and tradespeople went about tasks with measured care. Even the simplest of movements, lifting a basket, adjusting a mat, arranging firewood, was done with deliberate intent, part of the continuous rhythm of the day. Fountains continued their steady trickle, a soothing accompaniment to the faint sounds of human life, the rhythm of flowing water grounding the city in calm. Birds flitted quietly from tree to tree, their soft songs mingling with the faint rustle of leaves, creating a gentle harmony in open spaces. Children observed the adults with quiet curiosity, learning not through rush or repetition, but through attentive participation in the slow, deliberate tasks of daily life. The most desirable jobs, scribes, clerks, tutors, artisans, and skilled tradespeople, set a pace for the city, a tempo of patient, deliberate motion. Even meals were prepared slowly, with care and attention. Bread was kneaded with measured hands, porridge stirred with steady rhythm, herbs crushed softly to release gentle aromas. The scribe paused to touch the texture of parchment, to inhale the faint scent of ink and paper, grounding his mind in the calm certainty of his craft. The clerk arranged coins once more, aligning them with careful precision, appreciating the quiet satisfaction of order and completion. The tutor guided students through lessons, his voice steady, soft, and calming, reinforcing understanding through gentle repetition and careful attention. Sunlight played across rooftops and walls, moving slowly as the hours passed, highlighting details, softening edges, and bathing the city in a warm, even glow. The streets were alive with quiet activity, each participant moving with care, mindful of sound, motion, and rhythm, maintaining the serene tempo of the day. Animals shared in the calm. Dogs stretched in patches of sunlight, cats prowled slowly along walls and window sills, and birds moved deliberately between branches and rooftops. Even the air seemed measured, carrying the faint sense of cooking, baked clay, warm stone, and the subtle fragrance of gardens and herbs. Every gesture, writing a line, placing a coin, adjusting a mat, smoothing a blanket, was a meditation, a contribution to the slow, restorative rhythm of life. People of Rome moved with a sense of purpose without urgency, their tasks complete but never hurried, their hands steady, their minds calm. The city itself seemed to breathe along with them, inhaling slowly, exhaling gently, existing in balance, order, and quiet harmony. Windows were open to welcome the soft morning air, curtains moved gently in the breeze, and faint sounds of distant fountains and wind wove into the city's subtle symphony. The midday sun illuminated every detail with clarity yet never harshness, encouraging calm observation of the textures, forms, and patterns of daily life. Every household, every courtyard, every square reflected the careful balance of work, study, and domestic life, maintaining the serenity that had begun with night and persisted through morning. Even as labor continued, there was no rush, no tension, only slow, steady engagement with each task, each step, each breath. The most desirable jobs, filled by those practiced in patience, skill, and thoughtfulness, guided the tempo of life, shaping the city with deliberate care. And so Rome, fully awake, yet still calm, moved forward through the late morning hours, each moment a quiet testament to order, mindfulness, and gentle rhythm. Every small detail, the texture of stone, the soft warmth of sunlight, the faint trickle of water, the quiet movements of people and animals combined to create an enduring sense of peace and equilibrium. The city continued its slow, deliberate unfolding, each inhabitant attuned to the rhythm of their surroundings, each gesture aligned with the gentle, restorative cadence of life. Even the sounds, soft steps, distant water, faint conversation, the rustle of fabric and leaves contributed to a tranquil, meditative environment that carried seamlessly from morning into midday. And so the city of Rome persisted in quiet balance, its people moving carefully, living deliberately, and embracing the slow, soothing rhythms of life that defined each day. The sun rose higher now, its warmth more certain, spilling over rooftops and spreading across courtyards, streets, and open squares. Light touched walls and tiles with a soft, steady glow, revealing textures that had remained hidden in the shadowed quiet of early morning. Inside homes, fires were maintained gently, coals glowing steadily, their warmth radiating slowly through the rooms. The scribe leaned slightly over his parchment, tracing letters with calm precision, each stroke deliberate and unhurried. The clerk handled ledgers and coins with soft, careful movements, mindful of the balance and order he created in each small arrangement. The tutor guided students through reading and arithmetic with patience, each word spoken slowly, each demonstration performed with thoughtful attention. Outside, the city moved with quiet efficiency. Horses trotted softly, carts rolled gently over stone streets, and tradespeople went about tasks with measured care. Even the simplest of movements, lifting a basket, adjusting a mat, arranging firewood, was done with deliberate intent, part of the continuous rhythm of the day. Fountains continued their steady trickle, a soothing accompaniment to the faint sounds of human life, the rhythm of flowing water grounding the city in calm. Birds flitted quietly from tree to tree, their soft songs mingling with the faint rustle of leaves, creating a gentle harmony in open spaces. Children observed the adults with quiet curiosity, learning not through rush or repetition, but through attentive participation in the slow, deliberate tasks of daily life. The most desirable jobs: scribes, clerks, tutors, artisans, and skilled tradespeople set a pace for the city, a tempo of patient, deliberate motion. Even meals were prepared slowly, with care and attention. Bread was kneaded with measured hands, porridge stirred with steady rhythm, herbs crushed softly to release gentle aromas. The scribe paused to touch the texture of parchment, to inhale the faint scent of ink and paper, grounding his mind in the calm certainty of his craft. The clerk arranged coins once more, aligning them with careful precision, appreciating the quiet satisfaction of order and completion. The tutor guided students through lessons, his voice steady, soft, and calming, reinforcing understanding through gentle repetition and careful attention. Sunlight played across rooftops and walls, moving slowly as the hours passed, highlighting details, softening edges, and bathing the city in a warm, even glow. The streets were alive with quiet activity, each participant moving with care, mindful of sound, motion, and rhythm, maintaining the serene tempo of the day. Animals shared in the calm. Dogs stretched in patches of sunlight, cats prowled slowly along walls and window sills, and birds moved deliberately between branches and rooftops. Even the air seemed measured, carrying the faint sense of cooking, baked clay, warm stone, and the subtle fragrance of gardens and herbs. Every gesture, writing a line, placing a coin, adjusting a mat, smoothing a blanket, was a meditation, a contribution to the slow, restorative rhythm of life. People of Rome moved with a sense of purpose without urgency, their tasks complete but never hurried, their hands steady, their minds calm. The city itself seemed to breathe along with them, inhaling slowly, exhaling gently, existing in balance, order, and quiet harmony. Windows were open to welcome the soft morning air, curtains moved gently in the breeze, and faint sounds of distant fountains and wind wove into the city's subtle symphony. The midday sun illuminated every detail with clarity yet never harshness, encouraging calm observation of the textures, forms, and patterns of daily life. Every household, every courtyard, every square reflected the careful balance of work, study, and domestic life, maintaining the serenity that had begun with night and persisted through morning. Even as labor continued, there was no rush, no tension, only slow, steady engagement with each task, each step, each breath. The most desirable jobs, filled by those practiced in patience, skill, and thoughtfulness, guided the tempo of life, shaping the city with deliberate care. And so Rome, fully awake, yet still calm, moved forward through the late morning hours, each moment a quiet testament to order, mindfulness, and gentle rhythm. Every small detail, the texture of stone, the soft warmth of sunlight, the faint trickle of water, the quiet movements of people and animals combined to create an enduring sense of peace and equilibrium. The city continued its slow, deliberate unfolding, each inhabitant attuned to the rhythm of their surroundings, each gesture aligned with the gentle, restorative cadence of life. Even the sounds, soft steps, distant water, faint conversation, the rustle of fabric and leaves contributed to a tranquil, meditative environment that carried seamlessly from morning into midday. And so the city of Rome persisted in quiet balance, its people moving carefully, living deliberately, and embracing the slow, soothing rhythms of life that defined each day. The sun now rested high in the sky, its light warm but gentle, stretching across rooftops, walls, and the quiet streets below. Shadows shifted slowly, retreating and stretching, creating subtle patterns on stone and tile, adding texture to the serene cityscape. Inside homes, the glow from hearths softened the sunlight, blending with the warmth of midday, and casting a comforting amber light over furniture, walls, and floors. The scribe continued his work, tracing letters with deliberate precision, the soft scratching of quill against parchment a soothing rhythm that echoed faintly through the room. The clerk arranged papers and coins, handling each item carefully, appreciating the quiet satisfaction that came from order and thoughtful attention. The tutor guided students in small groups, speaking in calm, steady tones, encouraging careful thought, slow understanding, and quiet reflection. Outside, tradespeople moved with careful steps, carrying goods, tending shops, and performing small tasks with measured patience. The air was warm yet soft, carrying the subtle sense of freshly baked bread, crushed herbs, and the faint fragrance of clay and stone. Animals wandered slowly through streets and courtyards, dogs basking in patches of sunlight, cats stretching or moving gracefully along window sills. Water in fountains glimmered in the light, flowing steadily, creating a soothing accompaniment to the faint murmur of quiet activity. Even the smallest motions, adjusting a mat, lifting a basket, turning a page, stirring a pot, were performed with slow deliberation, each movement part of the calming rhythm of the city. Children observed adults quietly, absorbing not just the tasks themselves but the gentle, deliberate pace with which they were carried out. The scribe paused to run his fingers along the edge of a fresh sheet, feeling its texture, inhaling the faint aroma of ink, and letting the sensation ground him in calm awareness. The clerk arranged his coins once more, appreciating the symmetry and balance, taking care to perform each movement slowly and mindfully. The tutor encouraged a student to trace letters carefully, speaking softly, reinforcing the value of patience, precision, and steady concentration. Sunlight illuminated courtyards and streets, creating subtle highlights on walls, tiles, and fabrics, the interplay of light and shadow adding depth and comfort to each space. Fires in kitchens and hearths continued to burn softly, their warmth radiating gently, mingling with sunlight to create an even, restorative temperature throughout homes. The city seemed to exhale, each resident moving with calm awareness, their bodies and minds perfectly attuned to the measured rhythm of life. The most desirable jobs, the scribe, the clerk, the tutor, the artisan, set the tone for the city, guiding its tempo with slow, deliberate actions that inspired patience and mindfulness. Even the act of conversation was soft, measured, and intentional, with each word carefully spoken, each tone gentle, adding to the pervasive serenity. Courtyards glimmered with subtle reflections of sunlight and shade, fountains flowed quietly, and leaves rustled softly in the light breeze, creating a gentle symphony of textures, sounds, and movement. Meals were prepared slowly, bread kneaded with care, porridge stirred evenly, herbs crushed gently to release subtle aromas, and water heated gradually to preserve its warmth. Every action, no matter how small, contributed to the calm continuity of the day, reinforcing the enduring sense of order, care, and serenity. The scribe's quill moved steadily, the clerk's hands aligned coins and papers with precision, the tutor's guidance was soft yet attentive, and the artisans of the city worked with thoughtful, deliberate motions. Even the sounds of the city, the soft scraping of tools, the gentle tap of footsteps on stone, the faint murmur of conversation blended into a soothing ambient rhythm that filled spaces without disturbance. The city exhaled and inhaled along with its inhabitants, a living, breathing organism held in balance, each moment unfolding with deliberate care and unhurried attention. And so, as early afternoon moved slowly toward the warmth of midday, Rome existed in quiet harmony, its people engaged fully yet calmly, their minds and hands aligned with the slow, meditative cadence of life. Every gesture, every movement, every soft sound contributed to a continuous flow of calm, shaping the city into a serene, restful, and gentle place where work, study, and domestic life coexisted in perfect balance. The sun's light softened slightly as it shifted, illuminating new textures, revealing gentle patterns, and continuing to reinforce the soothing, restorative rhythm that had begun with dawn and carried steadily through morning. The scribe, clerk, tutor, and artisans moved carefully, their attention focused, their hands deliberate, and their minds entirely present in each small act. The streets, courtyards, and homes of Rome reflected this patient pace, every detail contributing to the quiet harmony of life. And so, the city persisted, each hour unfolding in calm, deliberate motion, carrying the gentle, restorative rhythm of early afternoon forward into the deeper hours of the day. The sun began its slow descent, casting a warm, golden glow across rooftops, walls, and the quiet streets below. Shadows lengthened gently, stretching across cobblestones, tilting slowly over courtyards, and revealing the subtle contours of familiar surfaces. Inside homes, the warmth of the afternoon mingled with the fading glow of fires, creating cozy pockets of light and gentle heat. The scribe leaned over his parchment, quill in hand, tracing letters with steady, deliberate movements, each stroke a quiet meditation. The clerk arranged papers and coins with careful attention, appreciating the symmetry and order he created, finding calm in each small, thoughtful motion. The tutor moved slowly among his students, guiding hands and voices with patience, fostering understanding and concentration in the soft light of the afternoon. Outside, the city was calm yet alive, each person moving with awareness and gentle precision, their steps deliberate and measured. Tradespeople continued their work softly, handling materials with care, their motions slow, practiced, and completely in harmony with the rhythm of the day. The soft murmur of water from fountains filled courtyards and squares, mingling with the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Animals wandered quietly through open spaces. Dogs stretched lazily in sunlight, cats prowled softly along walls and ledges, and birds shifted gently between rooftops and trees. Meals were prepared with care. Bread was kneaded slowly, porridge stirred with attention, herbs crushed gently to release subtle aromas, and water heated evenly over small fires. The scribe paused for a moment, touching the texture of the parchment, inhaling the faint scent of ink, and grounding his mind in the calm of the afternoon. The clerk aligned coins and ledgers once more, finding satisfaction in the steady, quiet act of organizing and completing each task. The tutor guided students through reading and numbers, speaking in soft, measured tones, emphasizing care, precision, and thoughtful observation. Light shifted across tiles, walls, and fabrics, illuminating details slowly, highlighting textures, and bathing rooms and courtyards in a gentle, golden radiance. Even the softest sounds, the scrape of a quill, the tap of a foot, the faint rustle of clothing, became part of the meditative rhythm of the city. The most desirable jobs, scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, continued with focus and patience, each action deliberate, each task completed with mindful attention. The city seemed to exhale slowly, embracing the measured tempo, allowing each person and object to exist fully in the calm flow of late afternoon. Windows remained open to the soft breeze, curtains swaying gently, bringing the subtle fragrances of herbs, baking bread, and warm stone indoors. Fires burned low in kitchens and hearths, adding warmth and soft light that merged with the shifting sunlight to create serene, comforting spaces. Children observed the adults quietly, absorbing the deliberate, gentle pace of work, life, and thought, learning the rhythm of patience through careful example. Every gesture, From writing a line to placing a coin, from adjusting a mat to stirring a pot, became part of the city's slow, restorative cadence. The scribe's hand moved steadily, the clerk's fingers aligned coins precisely, the tutor guided each student with care, and the artisans practiced their crafts with measured, patient attention. Even the subtle, ambient sounds of the city, the distant murmur of water, faint voices, gentle footsteps, and rustling leaves added to the pervasive calm. The city moved as one, breathing with its people, each gesture contributing to the steady, deliberate pulse of life. And so, as late afternoon settled softly over rooftops, streets, and courtyards, Rome existed in gentle equilibrium, its inhabitants carrying the rhythm of the day with patience, care, and quiet focus. Every small detail, the warmth of the sun, the cool shade of a courtyard, the faint scent of herbs, the steady flow of water reinforced the meditative, restorative environment. The most desirable jobs continued to guide the tempo of life, ensuring that order, calm, and measured productivity flowed through each home, street, and square. The sun's descent painted walls and tiles in golden hues, shadows stretching and shifting slowly, encouraging observation, contemplation, and serene awareness. The city persisted in quiet, deliberate motion, each inhabitant fully engaged yet unhurried, embracing the gentle cadence that had carried them from dawn through morning and early afternoon. And so, Rome moved through late afternoon with patience, serenity, and care, each task, sound, and motion part of the enduring, meditative rhythm of life that defined the city's calm and gentle essence. The sun had slipped closer to the horizon, and a gentle, amber light bathed the city, softening walls, rooftops, and the edges of courtyards with a warm, diffused glow. Shadows lengthened slowly, stretching over cobblestones and around doors, moving imperceptibly with the fading warmth of the day. Inside homes, fires glowed steadily, their warmth merging with the soft light from windows, filling rooms with gentle radiance and a quiet sense of comfort. The scribe leaned over his desk, quill moving carefully across parchment, each letter forming with deliberate precision, creating an unhurried rhythm that matched the soft settling of the day. The clerk aligned coins and ledgers once more, his movements deliberate, thoughtful, and calm, appreciating the small satisfaction of measured work completed with care. Tutors guided their students softly, voices low and steady, emphasizing patience and observation, teaching not just skill but the gentle art of attention. Outside, the city moved quietly, the pace slower now, each resident aware of the deepening light and the onset of evening, their steps calm and measured. Tradespeople finished tasks with care, cleaning tools, arranging goods, and preparing for the night, each motion deliberate and unhurried. Water from fountains flowed softly, catching the fading sunlight, its gentle trickle providing a subtle background to the quiet rhythm of late afternoon. Animals settled in soft corners, dogs resting on cool stone, cats stretching lazily along walls, and birds singing quiet, intermittent notes before seeking shelter for the night. Meals were served with deliberate attention, bread broken slowly, stews ladled gently, and herbs scattered softly to release their fragrances in warm, inviting patterns. The scribe paused, running fingers lightly over parchment, feeling its texture, inhaling the faint scent of ink, and letting his thoughts settle into the calm pace of the evening. The clerk's hands moved carefully, aligning papers and coins once more, creating symmetry, finding peace in deliberate organization, each motion slow and mindful. The tutor spoke softly, encouraging quiet repetition and gentle reflection, each lesson reinforced with patience and careful attention, letting the mind rest into understanding. Sunlight softened further, filtering through open windows, blending with the warmth of fires to illuminate walls, floors, and furniture in a calm, muted golden hue. Even the softest sounds, the scratching of quills, the rustle of clothing, the faint steps of inhabitants, and the whisper of leaves in the evening breeze contributed to the gentle, meditative rhythm. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued their work with care and mindfulness, their presence shaping the tempo of the city with calm, restorative energy. Windows welcomed the evening air, cool and gentle, carrying the scents of herbs, warmed bread, and the subtle fragrance of stone and clay into homes and courtyards. Fires glowed steadily, low and comforting, blending seamlessly with the amber light to create rooms of warmth, peace, and gentle reflection. Children observed quietly, learning patience, rhythm, and deliberate focus from the adults around them, absorbing not just the tasks themselves but the measured pace of the day. Every action, writing, arranging, stirring, smoothing, lifting, or placing was performed slowly, deliberately, as part of the city's meditative cadence. The scribe's quill moved steadily, the clerk's fingers precise, the tutor guided thoughtfully, and artisans practiced crafts with slow, careful attention, each gesture contributing to the calm. Ambient sounds, the soft murmur of water, the distant voices of neighbors, faint footsteps, and rustling leaves blended into a harmonious, soothing symphony. The city breathed gently, exhaling and inhaling with its people, each movement reinforcing the tranquil, restorative rhythm that now defined the deepening evening. Shadows grew darker, textures softened under the dimming light, and the familiar cityscape became a tapestry of warm, gentle contrasts, each surface bathed in golden and muted tones. Evening settled fully, yet the tempo remained measured, deliberate, and serene, a quiet embrace for all who moved through streets, courtyards, and homes. The most desirable jobs continued their subtle influence, ensuring order, mindfulness, and gentle productivity flowed through every corner, shaping a city that breathed, moved, and existed in calm. And so, as twilight deepened, Rome entered a time of stillness and reflection, each inhabitant moving carefully, fully present, and attuned to the meditative rhythm that had carried the city from dawn through morning, afternoon, and into evening. Every motion, sound, scent, and detail contributed to the continuous flow of serenity, forming a gentle tapestry of life, calm, and quiet that stretched across rooftops, courtyards, and streets alike. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, each person, object, and animal moving with care, each gesture reinforcing the sense of order, calm, and deliberate attention that defined life in the most desirable roles of Rome. The amber light faded slowly, shadows lengthened and deepened, and the city's quiet, meditative pulse carried seamlessly toward the approaching night, embracing stillness and gentle reflection. The sun had slipped closer to the horizon, and a gentle, amber light bathed the city, softening walls, rooftops, and the edges of courtyards with a warm, diffused glow. Shadows lengthened slowly, stretching over cobblestones and around doors, moving imperceptibly with the fading warmth of the day. Inside homes, fires glowed steadily, their warmth merging with the soft light from windows, filling rooms with gentle radiance and a quiet sense of comfort. The scribe leaned over his desk, quill moving carefully across parchment, each letter forming with deliberate precision, creating an unhurried rhythm that matched the soft settling of the day. The clerk aligned coins and ledgers once more, his movements deliberate, thoughtful, and calm, appreciating the small satisfaction of measured work completed with care. Tutors guided their students softly, voices low and steady, emphasizing patience and observation, teaching not just skill but the gentle art of attention. Outside, the city moved quietly, the pace slower now, each resident aware of the deepening light and the onset of evening, their steps calm and measured. Tradespeople finished tasks with care, cleaning tools, arranging goods, and preparing for the night, each motion deliberate and unhurried. Water from fountains flowed softly, catching the fading sunlight, its gentle trickle providing a subtle background to the quiet rhythm of late afternoon. Animals settled in soft corners, dogs resting on cool stone, cats stretching lazily along walls, and birds singing quiet, intermittent notes before seeking shelter for the night. Meals were served with deliberate attention, bread broken slowly, stews ladled gently, and herbs scattered softly to release their fragrances in warm, inviting patterns. The scribe paused, running fingers lightly over parchment, feeling its texture, inhaling the faint scent of ink, and letting his thoughts settle into the calm pace of the evening. The clerk's hands moved carefully, aligning papers and coins once more, creating symmetry, finding peace in deliberate organization, each motion slow and mindful. The tutor spoke softly, encouraging quiet repetition and gentle reflection, each lesson reinforced with patience and careful attention, letting the mind rest into understanding. Sunlight softened further, filtering through open windows, blending with the warmth of fires to illuminate walls, floors, and furniture in a calm, muted golden hue. Even the softest sounds, the scratching of quills, the rustle of clothing, the faint steps of inhabitants, and the whisper of leaves in the evening breeze contributed to the gentle, meditative rhythm. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued their work with care and mindfulness, their presence shaping the tempo of the city with calm, restorative energy. Windows welcomed the evening air, cool and gentle, carrying the scents of herbs, warmed bread, and the subtle fragrance of stone and clay into homes and courtyards. Fires glowed steadily, low and comforting, blending seamlessly with the amber light to create rooms of warmth, peace, and gentle reflection. Children observed quietly, learning patience, rhythm, and deliberate focus from the adults around them, absorbing not just the tasks themselves but the measured pace of the day. Every action, writing, arranging, stirring, smoothing, lifting, or placing was performed slowly, deliberately, as part of the city's meditative cadence. The scribe's quill moved steadily, the clerk's fingers precise, the tutor guided thoughtfully, and artisans practiced crafts with slow, careful attention, each gesture contributing to the calm. Ambient sounds, the soft murmur of water, the distant voices of neighbors, faint footsteps, and rustling leaves blended into a harmonious, soothing symphony. The city breathed gently, exhaling and inhaling with its people, each movement reinforcing the tranquil, restorative rhythm that now defined the deepening evening. Shadows grew darker, textures softened under the dimming light, and the familiar cityscape became a tapestry of warm, gentle contrasts, each surface bathed in golden and muted tones. Evening settled fully, yet the tempo remained measured, deliberate, and serene, a quiet embrace for all who moved through streets, courtyards, and homes. The most desirable jobs continued their subtle influence, ensuring order, mindfulness, and gentle productivity flowed through every corner, shaping a city that breathed, moved, and existed in calm. And so, as twilight deepened, Rome entered a time of stillness and reflection, each inhabitant moving carefully, fully present, and attuned to the meditative rhythm that had carried the city from dawn through morning, afternoon, and into evening. Every motion, sound, scent, and detail contributed to the continuous flow of serenity, forming a gentle tapestry of life, calm, and quiet that stretched across rooftops, courtyards, and streets alike. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, each person, object, and animal moving with care, each gesture reinforcing the sense of order, calm, and deliberate attention that defined life in the most desirable roles of Rome. The amber light faded slowly, shadows lengthened and deepened, and the city's quiet, meditative pulse carried seamlessly toward the approaching night, embracing stillness and gentle reflection. Night had settled fully over the city, soft and velvety, with only the faint glow of fires and lamps marking the presence of life within homes and workshops. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of stone, baked bread, and the lingering warmth of sunlit walls, blending into a calm, restorative atmosphere. The scribe continued his quiet work, the gentle scratching of the quill across parchment forming a slow, meditative cadence, each letter deliberate, each word considered. The clerk's hands moved with care, arranging coins and ledgers one last time, the repetitive motions grounding him, offering a steady sense of calm in the darkening hours. Tutors guided the final few students through their lessons of the day, speaking softly, their voices low and gentle, emphasizing reflection and measured thought over haste. Fires glowed steadily in hearths, their warm light creating small, intimate pockets in rooms otherwise softened by shadows, illuminating familiar textures of wood, stone, and fabric. Outside, the streets were nearly silent, footsteps rare, voices subdued, as the city itself seemed to breathe in slow, gentle rhythms, embracing the quiet of late night. Tradespeople completed their final tasks quietly, stowing tools, covering goods, and tidying their spaces with deliberate, unhurried movements, allowing order and care to guide each motion. The sound of fountains trickling softly, mingled with the distant, faint murmur of water in aqueducts, created a gentle, consistent backdrop, as though the city itself whispered in calm tones. Animals found their rest. Dogs curled in corners warmed by firelight, cats stretched languidly along walls and ledges, and birds nestled quietly in trees and rooftops, their movements soft and measured. Meals were concluded for the evening, bread broken with care, stews ladled slowly, herbs scattered gently, the sense of food mingling with warm stone and faint smoke to fill quiet rooms. The scribe paused, fingertips tracing parchment edges, inhaling the subtle scent of ink, letting the calm of the room and the quiet rhythm of night settle deeply in his mind. The clerk's fingers adjusted coins and papers once more, aligning objects with precision, taking satisfaction in the order and clarity of deliberate completion. Tutors guided students in soft, low tones, emphasizing careful repetition, thoughtful attention, and quiet reflection, letting understanding take root slowly in the stillness of the evening. The soft glow of firelight mixed with the faint shimmer of moonlight filtering through windows, creating a gentle, gold-and-silver illumination that softened all surfaces and corners. Even the quietest sounds, the faint scraping of quill, the soft rustle of clothing, the occasional distant voice, or the gentle stir of leaves became part of the meditative rhythm of the city. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued to shape the tempo, ensuring the city's evening moved with patience, focus, and deliberate care. Windows welcomed the cooler night air, carrying subtle scents of herbs, warm food, and stone indoors, blending with the warmth of fires to create a peaceful and restorative environment. Fires glimmered steadily, low and comforting, casting long, soft shadows across walls, floors, and furniture, filling rooms with warmth and quiet reassurance. Children, now quiet and contemplative, absorbed the rhythm of patience and calm demonstrated by adults, learning not only skills but the gentle cadence of deliberate, measured life. Every motion from lifting quills to stirring pots, from arranging coins to smoothing mats was deliberate, slow, and harmonious, each part of the night's steady, soothing pulse. The scribe's hand moved steadily, the clerk aligned papers, the tutor guided students gently, and artisans completed their final touches with care, all in soft, deliberate rhythm. Ambient sounds, the whisper of water, faint voices, distant footsteps, and the soft rustle of leaves formed a gentle, soothing symphony that filled the city with calm. Shadows deepened further, textures softened, and details of wood, stone, and fabric became subtle, muted patterns under the firelight, inviting observation, reflection, and quiet contemplation. The city exhaled gently, moving in harmony with its inhabitants, each gesture reinforcing the pervasive sense of calm, patience, and restorative rhythm. Rome existed now in quiet balance, each inhabitant fully present, engaged in measured actions, fully immersed in the meditative cadence of late-night life. And so, as late night deepened, the city moved in serene, gentle unison, each flicker of firelight, each deliberate gesture, and each soft sound contributing to a continuous, soothing rhythm that carried the city and its people into rest, reflection, and the quiet embrace of night. Night had fully embraced the city now, a soft, deep blanket covering rooftops, streets, and courtyards alike. The gentle glow of fires and lamps marked the presence of life indoors, their warmth offering quiet reassurance against the cool night air. Shadows pooled in corners, stretched along walls, and softened the edges of furniture, creating spaces of calm and subtle beauty. The scribe leaned over parchment, quill moving in steady, deliberate strokes, each mark a quiet meditation in the stillness of the evening. The clerk aligned coins and papers one last time, careful, deliberate, his motions unhurried, a ritual of precision and quiet satisfaction. Tutors guided their final students through the evening's lessons, speaking softly, their words measured, allowing understanding to unfold slowly, gently, naturally. Fires glowed steadily in hearths, casting flickering warmth across walls and floors, merging with the faint moonlight that entered through windows to create a serene, gold-and-silver ambience. Tradespeople finished tasks with care, closing doors, stowing tools, and tidying spaces, each movement slow, deliberate, and imbued with quiet attention. Water flowed softly from fountains and aqueducts, its gentle sound blending with the whisper of leaves and distant footsteps to form a calming, continuous backdrop. Animals settled into rest. Dogs curled into corners warmed by fire, cats stretched lazily on benches and window sills, and birds nestled quietly in trees or rooftops, all movements deliberate and slow. Meals concluded for the night, bread broken gently, stews ladled softly, herbs sprinkled carefully, scents mingling into a warm, comforting atmosphere. The scribe paused, fingertips grazing the edge of parchment, inhaling the faint scent of ink, letting the stillness of night and the gentle rhythm of work settle deeply into his mind. The clerk's hands moved with calm precision, aligning coins and papers one last time, enjoying the subtle satisfaction of deliberate order. Tutors encouraged quiet reflection, soft repetition, and thoughtful consideration, allowing students' minds to settle into understanding and the gentle rhythm of learning. The city's soft night air carried subtle scents of herbs, baked bread, and stone, mingling with the warmth of fires to create a restorative, calming environment. Even the faintest sounds, the quill scratching, the rustle of clothing, the soft padding of footsteps, and the whisper of leaves joined together in a harmonious, meditative rhythm. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, shaped the tempo of night, their careful, measured work infusing calm and balance into the city's pulse. Windows welcomed the cool night breeze, carrying subtle scents indoors, mixing with the glow and warmth of hearths to form intimate, serene spaces. Fires flickered softly, casting long, gentle shadows that shifted slowly, illuminating textures and details in a calm, golden hue. Children observed quietly, absorbing the measured pace of adults, learning patience, focus, and the gentle cadence of deliberate action. Every motion, from writing to stirring, from aligning coins to smoothing mats, was part of the city's unhurried, restorative rhythm, a delicate choreography of calm. The scribe's hand moved slowly and precisely, the clerk's fingers aligned papers carefully, tutors guided students gently, and artisans completed their work with soft, thoughtful attention. Ambient sounds, the flowing water, distant murmurs, faint footsteps, and rustling leaves formed a continuous, soothing symphony, a quiet accompaniment to the night. Shadows deepened further, textures softened, and the city's forms, stone, wood, fabric, became muted, calming patterns illuminated by warm firelight and subtle moon glow. The city exhaled gently, moving in harmony with its inhabitants, each gesture reinforcing a pervasive sense of calm, patience, and restorative quiet. Rome existed now in deep equilibrium, every inhabitant fully engaged in measured actions, fully immersed in the meditative cadence of late-night life. As midnight approached, the city's soft pulse continued, each flicker of firelight, each deliberate motion, and each gentle sound blending seamlessly into a continuous, soothing rhythm. Night deepened further, and Rome moved slowly, quietly, peacefully, every sound, shadow, and movement contributing to the gentle embrace of rest and reflection. And so, in the deepest hours of the night, the city remained calm, measured, and serene, the quiet rhythm of life carrying each inhabitant toward sleep, renewal, and the soft continuity of existence in the most desirable roles of Rome. The night deepened into a soft, velvety darkness, broken only by the gentle glow of hearths and the faintest silver of moonlight filtering through open windows. A hush settled over the streets, courtyards, and rooftops, as the city exhaled slowly, embracing the deep tranquility of pre-dawn hours. Inside homes, fires glowed steadily, casting flickering, warm light onto familiar surfaces, painting the rooms with gentle shadows and calm textures. The scribe traced letters carefully, quill moving in a deliberate rhythm, each stroke a quiet meditation in the peaceful stillness of the night. The clerk aligned coins and ledgers one last time, fingers steady, movements deliberate, each small action contributing to a sense of completion and calm. Tutors spoke in low, soft tones, guiding the few remaining students through quiet lessons, each word measured, each pause gentle, allowing reflection and understanding to settle slowly. Fires radiated warmth into rooms, blending seamlessly with the faint, cool night air, creating intimate, peaceful spaces that invited quiet contemplation. Tradespeople finished their final tasks with care, covering tools, cleaning surfaces, and preparing for rest, each movement unhurried, deliberate, and mindful. The soft trickle of fountains and the gentle flow of water in aqueducts added a quiet, continuous rhythm to the night, blending with the faint rustle of leaves and distant animal calls. Animals rested in quiet corners. Dogs curled into warm spots near hearths, cats stretched lazily on benches and ledges, and birds slept quietly, all movements slow and unhurried. Even meals, long since finished, left subtle scents of bread, stew, and herbs that lingered in warm rooms, mingling with the faint fragrance of stone and wood. The scribe paused to breathe, fingertips brushing the parchment, inhaling the subtle aroma of ink, letting the calm of night settle deeply into his mind. The clerk's hands moved carefully, adjusting papers and coins with deliberate attention, appreciating the quiet satisfaction of order and completion. Tutors guided students gently, emphasizing quiet reflection, patient repetition, and thoughtful understanding, allowing minds to rest into learning as the city exhaled. Windows welcomed the cool, pre-dawn air, carrying faint hints of herbs, warm bread, and the lingering scent of day's labor, merging with the glowing warmth of fires. The faintest sounds, the soft scratching of quill, the rustle of clothing, the padding of animal paws, or the whisper of wind through leaves formed a quiet, meditative symphony. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans shaped the city's rhythm, their careful, deliberate work infusing a calm, restorative energy that carried through the night. Every motion, from arranging coins to stirring food, from writing to smoothing mats, contributed to a gentle, unhurried cadence that connected each inhabitant to the pulse of the city. Shadows deepened, textures softened, and surfaces stone, wood, and fabric became subdued, muted patterns under the interplay of firelight and pale moonlight. Rome moved slowly, each gesture, each sound, each breath harmonizing with the stillness, creating a collective sense of quiet, balance, and serenity. The city exhaled, breathing gently in sync with its inhabitants, each motion reinforcing a sense of calm, patience, and restorative rhythm that carried the night forward. Rome existed in quiet equilibrium, every person, object, and animal fully immersed in the meditative cadence of the deep night, each moment deliberate, soft, and present. As the hours passed, the city became nearly motionless, the warm glow of fires and lamps offering the only gentle reminders of life continuing quietly, slowly, with measured care. Every detail, the flicker of flames, the soft movements of hands, the subtle sounds of animals and water merged into a continuous, soothing rhythm, guiding all toward the final calm of night. And so, in the pre-dawn hours, Rome rested, calm and measured, each inhabitant wrapped in the quiet, restorative embrace of night, their bodies and minds prepared to continue the gentle flow of life into the approaching day. The first hint of dawn began to brush the sky with pale, silvery light, diffusing softly across the rooftops, walls, and streets of the city. The city, still wrapped in the calm of night, seemed to breathe with renewed gentleness, as if aware of the approaching day, yet unhurried and serene. Fires in homes glowed faintly, warm and steady, illuminating quiet rooms with flickering, golden light, while the cool morning air slipped through open windows. The scribe, now in the last moments of nocturnal reflection, carefully aligned parchment, smoothing edges, his quill resting quietly at his side, as if waiting for the day to begin. The clerk arranged coins and ledgers one final time before leaning back, hands folded, taking a moment to absorb the gentle quiet of pre-dawn, a pause full of calm satisfaction. Tutors guided the earliest risers gently, speaking softly, each word deliberate, each explanation slow, ensuring understanding and reflection remained peaceful, unhurried. The city's streets remained mostly silent, the occasional creak of doors or distant footstep blending into a symphony of stillness that stretched from stone courtyards to open plazas. Tradespeople, already awake, moved carefully through familiar spaces, cleaning, organizing, and preparing for the day ahead, their motion slow and mindful, every gesture deliberate. Fountains glimmered faintly in the soft light, water flowing with a gentle murmur that harmonized with the subtle rustling of leaves and the distant stirrings of animals. Dogs stretched and yawned before curling in quiet corners, cats rose gracefully from ledges to find warm spots, and birds began soft, intermittent chirps, delicate as whispers, signaling the approaching day. Meals for early risers were prepared with care, bread sliced slowly, stews stirred gently, and herbs sprinkled thoughtfully, their fragrances mingling with the cool, pre-dawn air. The scribe paused to breathe, tracing the edges of parchment lightly, inhaling the faint aroma of ink, letting the calm of night blend seamlessly into the gentle anticipation of morning. The clerk adjusted coins and papers one last time, appreciating the quiet completion of nightly duties, the subtle rhythm of the city still echoing through each deliberate motion. Tutors repeated instructions softly, emphasizing reflection and careful observation, allowing early students' minds to wake gently, in tune with the calm flow of the city. The faint glow of dawn filtered through windows, painting walls and floors in soft, muted tones, blending with firelight to create serene spaces that invited calm contemplation. Every sound, the gentle scraping of quills, the soft rustle of clothing, the whisper of wind, or the quiet stir of animals formed a slow, meditative backdrop to the awakening city. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, set the tempo, ensuring the city's earliest hours unfolded with care, patience, and quiet attention. Every gesture, from arranging coins to stirring food, from writing to smoothing mats, reinforced the steady, restorative rhythm that connected each inhabitant to the calm heartbeat of Rome. Shadows shifted with the advancing light, textures softened, and details of stone, wood, and fabric became subtle, comforting patterns under the gentle interplay of firelight and dawn's first glow. The city exhaled gently, moving in harmony with its inhabitants, each motion reinforcing the pervasive sense of calm, balance, and measured continuity. Rome existed in quiet equilibrium, every person, object, and animal fully immersed in the meditative cadence of early morning life, deliberate, present, and calm. As the pale light of dawn spread wider across rooftops, streets, and courtyards, the city's rhythm remained slow and restorative, a gentle prelude to the unfolding day, yet maintaining the serene, sleep-friendly cadence of the night. The earliest hours of morning were quiet, soft, and measured, each sound, shadow, and subtle movement contributing to a continuous, soothing atmosphere that eased body and mind into gentle wakefulness. And so, as dawn deepened, Rome's streets, homes, and workshops moved gradually from night's restorative calm toward the day's deliberate, mindful rhythm, each moment carefully, peacefully observed. The first hint of dawn began to brush the sky with pale, silvery light, diffusing softly across the rooftops, walls, and streets of the city. The city, still wrapped in the calm of night, seemed to breathe with renewed gentleness, as if aware of the approaching day, yet unhurried and serene. Fires in homes glowed faintly, warm and steady, illuminating quiet rooms with flickering, golden light, while the cool morning air slipped through open windows. The scribe, now in the last moments of nocturnal reflection, carefully aligned parchment, smoothing edges, his quill resting quietly at his side, as if waiting for the day to begin. The clerk arranged coins and ledgers one final time before leaning back, hands folded, taking a moment to absorb the gentle quiet of pre-dawn, a pause full of calm satisfaction. Tutors guided the earliest risers gently, speaking softly, each word deliberate, each explanation slow, ensuring understanding and reflection remained peaceful, unhurried. The city's streets remained mostly silent, the occasional creak of doors or distant footstep blending into a symphony of stillness that stretched from stone courtyards to open plazas. Tradespeople, already awake, moved carefully through familiar spaces, cleaning, organizing, and preparing for the day ahead, their motions slow and mindful, every gesture deliberate. Fountains glimmered faintly in the soft light, water flowing with a gentle murmur that harmonized with the subtle rustling of leaves and the distant stirrings of animals. Dogs stretched and yawned before curling in quiet corners, cats rose gracefully from ledges to find warm spots, and birds began soft, intermittent chirps, delicate as whispers, signaling the approaching day. Meals for early risers were prepared with care, bread sliced slowly, stews stirred gently, and herbs sprinkled thoughtfully, their fragrances mingling with the cool, pre-dawn air. The scribe paused to breathe, tracing the edges of parchment lightly, inhaling the faint aroma of ink, letting the calm of night blend seamlessly into the gentle anticipation of morning. The clerk adjusted coins and papers one last time, appreciating the quiet completion of nightly duties, the subtle rhythm of the city still echoing through each deliberate motion. Tutors repeated instructions softly, emphasizing reflection and careful observation, allowing early students' minds to wake gently, in tune with the calm flow of the city. The faint glow of dawn filtered through windows, painting walls and floors in soft, muted tones, blending with firelight to create serene spaces that invited calm contemplation. Every sound, the gentle scraping of quills, the soft rustle of clothing, the whisper of wind, or the quiet stir of animals formed a slow, meditative backdrop to the awakening city. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, set the tempo, ensuring the city's earliest hours unfolded with care, patience, and quiet attention. Every gesture, from arranging coins to stirring food, from writing to smoothing mats, reinforced the steady, restorative rhythm that connected each inhabitant to the calm heartbeat of Rome. Shadows shifted with the advancing light, textures softened, and details of stone, wood, and fabric became subtle, comforting patterns under the gentle interplay of firelight and dawn's first glow. The city exhaled gently, moving in harmony with its inhabitants, each motion reinforcing the pervasive sense of calm, balance, and measured continuity. Rome existed in quiet equilibrium, every person, object, and animal fully immersed in the meditative cadence of early morning life, deliberate, present, and calm. As the pale light of dawn spread wider across rooftops, streets, and courtyards, the city's rhythm remained slow and restorative, a gentle prelude to the unfolding day, yet maintaining the serene, sleep-friendly cadence of the night. The earliest hours of morning were quiet, soft, and measured, each sound, shadow, and subtle movement contributing to a continuous, soothing atmosphere that eased body and mind into gentle wakefulness. And so, as dawn deepened, Rome's streets, homes, and workshops moved gradually from night's restorative calm toward the day's deliberate, mindful rhythm, each moment carefully, peacefully observed. Morning light filtered fully through open windows, painting walls and floors with soft, golden hues, warming the city gently as it stretched into a new day. The city itself seemed to yawn slowly, awakening in measured, deliberate motion, every sound and movement subdued, calm, and restorative. Fires in hearths glowed steadily, radiating warmth into kitchens, workshops, and homes, blending seamlessly with the morning sunlight to create spaces of quiet comfort. Scribes prepared ink and parchment for the day's work, their hands moving slowly, deliberately, each stroke of quill measured and meditative, setting the rhythm for the hours to come. Clerks aligned coins, ledgers, and documents with patient precision, creating order and clarity in their spaces, each small action a quiet ritual that reinforced calm. Tutors greeted students with gentle smiles and low, soft voices, guiding minds patiently, letting the earliest lessons unfold in a careful, unhurried manner. Tradespeople emerged from their homes and workshops, moving slowly through courtyards and streets, opening shutters, preparing tools, and arranging materials with thoughtful attention. The sounds of water from fountains, aqueducts, and small channels provided a continuous, soothing backdrop, blending naturally with the soft murmur of human activity and the occasional call of birds. Animals moved gracefully in the soft morning light. Dogs stretched, wandered slowly through yards, and curled near hearths, while cats stepped lightly across benches and rooftops, all motions deliberate and unhurried. Meals for the first risers were prepared carefully. Bread was sliced gently, stews stirred slowly, and herbs sprinkled thoughtfully, the aromas mingling with warm stone and the faint scent of fire. The scribe paused to observe the morning, fingertips grazing parchment, inhaling the subtle scent of ink, and letting the calm, restorative rhythm of early hours settle into body and mind. The clerk adjusted papers and coins one last time, appreciating the quiet satisfaction of a night's work completed and the gentle start of a new day. Tutors guided students slowly, their words soft, deliberate, and patient, allowing understanding to form naturally in the calm morning atmosphere. Windows welcomed cool, fresh air, carrying faint scents of herbs, bread, and warm stone indoors, mingling with firelight to create serene, meditative spaces. Every sound, the soft rustle of garments, the gentle scratch of quills, the subtle stir of animals, the distant footfalls formed a meditative soundtrack to the city's awakening. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, set the pace, ensuring the city's earliest hours were deliberate, restorative, and calm. Every motion, from writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to smoothing mats, reinforced the measured, meditative rhythm that connected each person to the pulse of the city. Shadows shifted with the growing sunlight, textures softened, and the familiar forms of stone, wood, and fabric revealed themselves in gentle, comforting patterns. Rome exhaled in harmony with its inhabitants, every gesture reinforcing the quiet sense of balance, patience, and restorative energy that pervaded the city. Even as the day progressed, the careful, unhurried rhythm set by the most desirable jobs continued to guide life, each motion deliberate, soft, and full of intention. The city existed in a state of calm equilibrium, every inhabitant, human, animal, and even the flowing waters, immersed in a gentle cadence that carried the city seamlessly from dawn into the morning. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth blended into a continuous, soothing flow, guiding minds and bodies toward focus, reflection, and gentle engagement with the day ahead. And so, the first full light of morning arrived softly, carrying with it quiet possibility, steady rhythm, and the enduring, gentle pulse of a city shaped by the deliberate, restorative work of those in Rome's most desirable positions. Mid-morning unfolded gradually, a soft, diffused light spilling across rooftops, walls, and courtyards, bringing warmth without haste. The city moved in a steady, measured rhythm, each sound, shadow, and movement deliberate, gentle, and restorative. Scribes sat at low desks or benches, quills in hand, forming letters and words slowly, deliberately, allowing their thoughts to flow in quiet, contemplative rhythm. Clerks carefully tallied coins, organized ledgers, and aligned documents, their fingers moving with patient precision, creating calm order in every small action. Tutors guided students through lessons with soft, measured tones, repeating words and concepts slowly, ensuring comprehension and reflection settled gently in young minds. Tradespeople moved through streets and workshops, opening shutters, arranging tools, and preparing goods, each gesture mindful, deliberate, and unhurried. The faint sounds of water from aqueducts and fountains mingled with distant voices and soft animal movements, forming a gentle, continuous background hum to the day's early rhythm. Animals went about their measured routines. Dogs wandered slowly through yards, stretching and sniffing the air, cats padded lightly along benches and rooftops, and birds fluttered softly from perch to perch. Meals for the mid-morning were simple and carefully prepared, bread sliced with care, porridge stirred gently, and herbs sprinkled thoughtfully, their aromas mingling with the warm scent of stone and fire. The scribe paused to inhale the faint scent of ink, brushing fingertips over parchment, and allowing the calm flow of the morning to settle in both body and mind. The clerk moved slowly, aligning papers and coins, feeling the quiet satisfaction of order and completion, and the restorative rhythm of measured, deliberate work. Tutors encouraged careful observation and reflection, their words soft, deliberate, and patient, letting students absorb knowledge in quiet, meditative ways. Sunlight streamed through open windows, illuminating rooms softly, blending with the steady glow of hearth fires to create warm, serene spaces filled with calm energy. Every sound, the scratch of quills, the rustle of clothing, the soft shuffle of footsteps, the distant call of birds merged into a gentle symphony of deliberate motion. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued to shape the tempo of the city, each action deliberate, thoughtful, and restorative. Every motion, from writing to arranging materials, from stirring food to adjusting tools, contributed to a steady, soothing rhythm that united the city in a gentle cadence. Shadows shifted subtly as sunlight moved across surfaces, textures softened, and the familiar forms of stone, wood, and fabric revealed themselves in comforting, muted patterns. Rome exhaled calmly, moving in harmony with its inhabitants, each gesture reinforcing the pervasive sense of balance, patience, and restorative continuity. Even in the heart of mid-morning, the deliberate, unhurried pace established by the most desirable jobs guided the city, ensuring quiet, thoughtful engagement in every task. The city existed in calm equilibrium, each person, animal, and even the flowing water immersed in a continuous, soothing cadence, a gentle heartbeat that carried life steadily forward. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth blended seamlessly, creating an environment that nurtured reflection, focus, and the slow unfolding of the day. And so, mid-morning in Rome moved with soft continuity, every sound and gesture measured and calm, reinforcing the quiet, deliberate rhythm that defined the most desirable work and life in the city. Early afternoon arrived gradually, the sun now climbing higher in the sky, bathing rooftops, streets, and courtyards in a soft, warm light that enveloped the city in gentle warmth. The city continued in a deliberate, unhurried rhythm, each sound and movement quiet, soft, and restorative. Scribes sat at benches or low desks, quills moving slowly across parchment, forming letters and words with calm, careful attention, each stroke measured and deliberate. Clerks organized ledgers and coins meticulously, their fingers tracing lines and edges, creating quiet order that resonated through rooms and workshops, reinforcing calm and focus. Tutors guided students with gentle patience, speaking softly and repeating lessons with care, allowing comprehension to grow naturally, like morning sunlight spreading gradually over stone and tile. Artisans worked with quiet precision, shaping materials slowly, deliberately, and thoughtfully, their movements meditative and measured, echoing the rhythm of the city. Tradespeople prepared goods with care, aligning tools, opening shutters, and moving with subtle grace, each gesture deliberate and mindful, contributing to the gentle flow of the afternoon. The faint murmur of water from fountains and aqueducts continued as a soft, steady rhythm in the background, mingling with the occasional rustle of leaves, footsteps, and animal movements. Animals rested or moved with soft, unhurried motions. Dogs lay in warm corners or padded quietly along streets, cats stretched lazily across benches, and birds fluttered softly from perch to perch. Meals prepared for early afternoon workers were simple and deliberate. Bread was sliced carefully, stews stirred slowly, and herbs sprinkled thoughtfully, their fragrances mingling with warm stone, wood, and lingering fire. The scribe paused briefly to inhale the faint scent of ink and parchment, letting the calm, restorative flow of the morning continue to ease mind and body into gentle focus. Clerks adjusted papers, counted coins, and smoothed ledgers with slow, deliberate movements, each action reinforcing the quiet, measured rhythm of work. Tutors emphasized reflection, observation, and thoughtful attention, letting knowledge sink in gently, encouraging minds to move at their own unhurried pace. Sunlight streamed through open windows, blending with firelight to create warm, serene spaces, where shadows softened and textures became subtle, comforting patterns. Every sound, the scratch of quills, the gentle rustle of garments, the distant murmur of conversation, and the soft shuffle of footsteps formed a quiet, meditative backdrop to life's slow rhythm. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued to shape the tempo of the city, their deliberate work infusing the afternoon with calm, patient energy. Every motion, From writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to preparing materials, reinforce the city's continuous, restorative cadence, uniting inhabitants in a subtle, meditative rhythm. Shadows shifted slowly with the sun's progression, textures softened, and the familiar forms of stone, wood, and fabric surfaces revealed themselves in warm, gentle tones. Rome exhaled slowly, each inhabitant moving in harmony with the city's rhythm, every gesture reinforcing the pervasive sense of calm, balance, and deliberate continuity. Even in early afternoon, the unhurried pace set by the most desirable jobs guided life, ensuring measured, mindful engagement in each task. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, every person, animal, and flowing water immersed in the soft, meditative cadence of the day, forming a gentle, continuous heartbeat that carried life forward. Sounds, light, shadows, and warmth blended seamlessly, creating a calm, restorative environment that nurtured reflection, focus, and quiet satisfaction. And so, early afternoon in Rome continued gently, every movement deliberate, every sound soft, every moment contributing to the slow, soothing rhythm that defined life in the city's most desirable roles. Mid-afternoon settled softly over the city, the sun high but gentle, spreading light evenly across rooftops, streets, and open courtyards, turning stone and tile into warm, muted gold. The city moved slowly, each sound, shadow, and gesture deliberate, calm, and restorative, as if time itself had adopted a quiet, measured pace. Scribes continued their work with quiet concentration, quills gliding across parchment in careful, rhythmic strokes, each letter formed with thought and soft precision. Clerks arranged documents and counted coins slowly, deliberately, taking satisfaction in the meticulous order of their work, and in the quiet flow of a measured day. Tutors guided students through lessons with gentle patience, speaking softly, repeating ideas slowly, ensuring that understanding could settle like fine sediment in a still pool. Artisans shaped materials with deliberate movements, each gesture thoughtful, unhurried, and careful, their hands tracing slow patterns, their minds focused yet calm. Tradespeople moved through courtyards and workshops with quiet grace, opening shutters, adjusting tools, and preparing goods, each step deliberate, each action mindful, reinforcing the city's gentle rhythm. The soft murmur of fountains and flowing aqueducts created a continuous, soothing backdrop, blending with distant voices and the occasional flutter of wings or soft shuffle of paws. Animals went about their routines in measured ways. Dogs stretched and wandered slowly through quiet yards, cats padded softly across benches or rooftops, and birds fluttered intermittently, each motion light, delicate, and unhurried. Meals for those working through mid-afternoon were prepared slowly and thoughtfully. Bread was cut carefully, stews stirred gently, and herbs sprinkled with intention, their aromas mingling softly with the warmth of hearths and sunlit rooms. The scribe paused for a moment, lifting the quill, letting fingers brush lightly across the smooth surface of parchment, breathing in the faint scent of ink, and allowing calm to fill mind and body. The clerk moved coins and ledgers with patient care, appreciating the quiet satisfaction of work well ordered, and the gentle continuity of the day's rhythm. Tutors encouraged reflection and careful attention, guiding students gently, their words soft, deliberate, and unhurried, allowing knowledge to settle naturally. Sunlight streamed into rooms, blending softly with lingering firelight, creating spaces filled with calm warmth and quiet, restorative energy. Every sound, the scratching of quills, the faint rustle of clothing, the occasional shuffle of footsteps, the soft stirrings of animals formed a meditative backdrop to the city's mid-afternoon activities. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued to set the pace, their deliberate, careful work shaping the city's rhythm, reinforcing calm, focus, and patience. Every motion, from writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to crafting materials, contributed to a continuous, soothing cadence, uniting people in the gentle flow of life. Shadows stretched softly across walls and floors as the sun moved slowly westward, textures softened, and familiar surfaces of stone, wood, and fabric revealed muted, comforting patterns. Rome exhaled gently, each inhabitant moving in quiet harmony with the city's heartbeat, each gesture reinforcing the pervasive sense of calm, balance, and restorative continuity. Even in mid-afternoon, the unhurried pace set by those in the most desirable jobs guided daily life, ensuring deliberate, thoughtful engagement in every task. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, each person, animal, and flowing water immersed in a slow, meditative cadence, a gentle, continuous heartbeat that carried life forward. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth blended seamlessly, creating a calm, restorative environment that nurtured focus, contemplation, and quiet satisfaction. And so, mid-afternoon unfolded softly, every motion measured, every sound gentle, every moment contributing to the slow, soothing rhythm that defined life in Rome's most desirable roles. Late afternoon arrived softly, the sun lowering gently toward the horizon, spreading a warm, amber light across the rooftops, streets, and open courtyards of the city. The city seemed to exhale slowly, each shadow lengthening, each motion becoming more deliberate, more meditative, as the day's pace softened. Scribes continued their work at benches, quills moving with deliberate care, letters forming slowly on parchment, each stroke a quiet meditation, each word a gentle imprint of thought. Clerks aligned coins, adjusted ledgers, and organized documents with patient precision, their actions careful, steady, and restorative, filling rooms with a sense of calm order. Tutors guided students with soft, measured voices, repeating lessons gently, ensuring comprehension formed naturally, like sunlight spreading across a quiet courtyard. Artisans shaped and refined their materials slowly, hands moving carefully, gestures deliberate, their work a quiet meditation, connecting mind, body, and craft in a harmonious rhythm. Tradespeople moved softly through workshops and streets, opening shutters, arranging goods, and preparing tools, each step considered, each motion mindful, blending seamlessly into the city's calming rhythm. The faint murmur of fountains and flowing water continued as a steady, soothing accompaniment to daily activity, mingling with subtle animal sounds and distant voices in harmonious quiet. Animals moved with gentle deliberation. Dogs stretched and wandered slowly through warm yards, cats padded lightly across benches and rooftops, birds flitted softly from perch to perch, each action unhurried and calm. Meals for late afternoon workers were simple and prepared with care. Bread was sliced slowly, stews stirred gently, and herbs sprinkled thoughtfully, the aromas blending softly with warm stone and lingering firelight. The scribe paused to breathe deeply, letting fingers brush lightly over parchment, inhaling the scent of ink, and allowing the quiet rhythm of the day to settle deeply into body and mind. The clerk moved coins and papers with steady, unhurried motions, feeling the subtle satisfaction of ordered work and the restorative pulse of the city. Tutors emphasized reflection and observation, guiding students with soft, deliberate speech, allowing understanding to grow slowly, naturally, and gently. Sunlight softened further as it streamed through windows, blending with the glow of fires, creating serene, warm spaces filled with quiet focus and calm energy. Every sound, the scratch of quills, the rustle of garments, the shuffle of footsteps, the soft stir of animals formed a soothing, meditative backdrop to the city's late afternoon life. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued to set the tempo, their deliberate work reinforcing the calm, measured rhythm of late afternoon. Every gesture, from writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to adjusting materials, contributed to the steady, restorative cadence that bound the city together. Shadows stretched long across walls and floors, textures softened, and stone, wood, and fabric revealed themselves in muted, comforting patterns of warm color and quiet detail. Rome moved in gentle harmony with its inhabitants, each gesture reinforcing the pervasive sense of calm, balance, and restorative continuity. Even as the day edged toward evening, the deliberate, unhurried pace set by the most desirable jobs guided life, ensuring mindful, careful engagement in every task. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, every person, animal, and flowing water immersed in the soft, meditative cadence of late afternoon, forming a gentle heartbeat that carried life forward. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth blended seamlessly, shaping a restorative environment that nurtured reflection, focus, and subtle satisfaction. And so, late afternoon in Rome unfolded slowly, every movement measured, every sound gentle, every moment contributing to the soothing rhythm that defined life in the city's most desirable roles. Early evening arrived softly, the sun lowering toward the western horizon, spreading a warm, golden-orange glow across rooftops, courtyards, and streets, bathing the city in quiet light. The pace of the city slowed naturally, each movement deliberate, measured, and calm, as though the city itself exhaled, settling into a softer rhythm. Scribes continued their work, quills tracing letters gently across parchment, each stroke careful, deliberate, and rhythmic, the soft scratch echoing lightly in serene, sunlit rooms. Clerks organized ledgers and coins with quiet attention, fingers moving slowly, deliberately, maintaining order while contributing to a subtle, meditative sense of calm in their spaces. Tutors guided students through the last lessons of the day, their voices soft, patient, and measured, repeating words with gentle care, letting understanding settle gradually and naturally. Artisans worked with thoughtful precision, their hands shaping materials slowly, gestures deliberate, movements steady and restorative, each motion a quiet meditation. Tradespeople arranged tools and goods with care, moved gently through streets and workshops, and prepared spaces for the transition from day to evening, every step mindful and unhurried. The murmur of water fountains, aqueducts, and channels continued as a soothing backdrop, mingling with faint animal sounds and distant voices in a harmonious, meditative soundscape. Animals responded to the soft light. Dogs lay in corners or ambled slowly through yards, cats padded lightly across benches and rooftops, birds chirped intermittently, each movement gentle, calm, and unhurried. Meals prepared for early evening were simple and thoughtful, bread sliced carefully, stews stirred slowly, herbs sprinkled deliberately, the scents mingling with the warmth of stone, wood, and lingering hearth fires. The scribe paused to rest, allowing the pen to hover lightly above the parchment, taking in the quiet, amber-lit space, letting mind and body settle into gentle stillness. The clerk moved slowly through coins and documents, each action considered and deliberate, reinforcing the restorative cadence of the city's late-day rhythm. Tutors encouraged reflection and patience, allowing students' minds to settle and absorb knowledge gently, like the slow, calm drift of sunlight across walls. Sunlight blended with flickering firelight, creating soft, warm spaces where textures, shadows, and muted colors combined into a serene, comforting environment. Every sound, the scratch of quills, rustle of garments, shuffle of feet, occasional stir of animals formed a gentle, meditative rhythm that carried through early evening. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans continued to shape the city's tempo, their deliberate, measured work extending the calm, restorative atmosphere into evening hours. Every gesture, from writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to shaping materials, reinforced a continuous, soothing cadence that unified the city in quiet harmony. Shadows lengthened and softened as sunlight faded, textures of stone, wood, and fabric revealed muted, comforting patterns, and the city embraced the gradual transition toward evening. Rome moved with quiet grace, inhabitants' gestures harmonizing with the city's heartbeat, each motion reinforcing calm, balance, and a gentle sense of continuity. Even in early evening, the steady pace set by the most desirable jobs guided life, ensuring mindful, deliberate engagement in each task, quietly winding the day toward a soft close. The city existed in subtle equilibrium, each person, animal, and flowing water immersed in meditative cadence, a gentle heartbeat carrying life into the evening hours. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth blended seamlessly, shaping a restorative environment that nurtured reflection, focus, and calm satisfaction. And so, early evening in Rome unfolded slowly, every movement considered, every sound soft, every moment contributing to the quiet, soothing rhythm that defined life in the city's most desirable roles. Mid-evening settled quietly over the city, the sun now low, casting long, muted shadows across rooftops, streets, and courtyards, bathing everything in a soft, amber glow. The city moved at a slower pace, each sound and motion deliberate, gentle, and restorative, as if the day itself was exhaling, preparing to settle into night. Scribes continued to write, quills moving softly across parchment, forming letters and words with measured care, each stroke calm, deliberate, and almost meditative in rhythm. Clerks arranged coins and documents slowly, fingers moving with quiet precision, each motion reinforcing order, calm, and a sense of measured continuity in the room. Tutors guided students with soft, careful voices, repeating lessons slowly, ensuring comprehension, reflection, and understanding settled gently like twilight shadows across a courtyard. Artisans shaped and finished their work with deliberate care, hands moving slowly, each motion thoughtful, measured, and restorative, their craft blending into the quiet rhythm of the city. Tradespeople prepared tools, arranged goods, and moved through streets and workshops with mindful, unhurried gestures, each action harmonizing with the city's gentle tempo. The soft murmur of water from fountains, aqueducts, and channels continued as a soothing, meditative backdrop, blending with distant voices and faint animal sounds in harmonious quiet. Animals adapted to the evening. Dogs lay curled in corners or padded quietly along streets, cats prowled softly along benches and rooftops, birds settled in quiet perches, each movement calm, measured, and unhurried. Evening meals were prepared with care. Bread was sliced slowly, stews stirred gently, herbs sprinkled thoughtfully, aromas mixing softly with the warmth of hearth fires and fading sunlight. The scribe rested momentarily, lifting the quill, letting fingers brush lightly over parchment, inhaling the faint scent of ink, allowing the quiet rhythm of the day to flow gently into evening. The clerk moved through coins and ledgers slowly, appreciating the quiet satisfaction of well-ordered work, the gentle cadence of the city settling softly into evening. Tutors encouraged reflection and patience, their soft, deliberate voices allowing students to absorb lessons calmly, as the light shifted and warmth lingered in the air. Sunlight blended with firelight to fill rooms with soft, warm tones, shadows and textures merging into comforting, muted patterns, creating spaces of calm and restoration. Every sound, the faint scratch of quills, the soft rustle of garments, the gentle shuffle of feet, the occasional stir of animals formed a quiet, meditative symphony that carried through mid-evening. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, continued to shape the city's rhythm, their deliberate, measured work extending the calming, restorative energy of the day into the approaching night. Every gesture, from writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to shaping materials, contributed to a gentle, continuous cadence, uniting inhabitants in the quiet flow of life. Shadows lengthened further, textures softened, and stone, wood, and fabric revealed muted, comforting patterns as Rome slowly transitioned into evening. The city moved in quiet harmony, each inhabitant's gestures blending seamlessly with the heartbeat of the city, reinforcing calm, balance, and restorative continuity. Even in mid-evening, the deliberate pace set by the most desirable jobs guided life, ensuring careful, thoughtful engagement, gently winding down the day's work. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, each person, animal, and flowing water immersed in meditative cadence, a soft heartbeat carrying life gently toward night. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth merged seamlessly, shaping a restorative, tranquil environment that nurtured reflection, focus, and calm satisfaction. And so, mid-evening in Rome unfolded slowly, every movement considered, every sound gentle, every moment contributing to the quiet, soothing rhythm that defined life in the city's most desirable roles. Late evening settled softly over the city, the sun now vanished behind distant hills, leaving the streets, courtyards, and rooftops bathed in the subtle, fading glow of twilight. The city exhaled quietly, shadows deepening, forms softening, and every movement slowing, as if the day had gradually released its tension into calm stillness. Scribes continued their work, quills moving slowly across parchment, each letter forming with gentle deliberation, their steady rhythm echoing softly in quiet rooms. Clerks moved coins and papers with patient care, fingers tracing edges deliberately, every motion calm, careful, and restorative, shaping the stillness of the late evening. Tutors guided the final lessons of the day, voices soft and measured, words repeated slowly, gently, allowing knowledge and thought to settle calmly in the minds of students. Artisans shaped, polished, or finished their work with careful precision, hands moving slowly, deliberately, meditative gestures that contributed to the quiet, restorative energy of the city. Tradespeople moved gently through streets and workshops, adjusting tools, preparing goods, and completing tasks in unhurried, mindful motions, every step echoing the city's gentle tempo. The soft murmur of fountains, aqueducts, and small water channels persisted, forming a soothing, continuous backdrop, mingling with occasional distant voices and the soft sounds of animals. Animals adapted to the calm of evening. Dogs curled in warm corners or padded softly along streets, cats prowled quietly along benches and rooftops, and birds perched silently, each movement slow, delicate, and deliberate. Meals for late evening were prepared carefully and thoughtfully. Bread was sliced slowly, stews stirred gently, and herbs sprinkled with intention, the aromas mingling softly with fading light and lingering fire warmth. The scribe rested briefly, lifting the quill, letting fingers brush the smooth parchment, breathing in the faint scent of ink, allowing the quiet rhythm of the day to settle deeply into body and mind. The clerk moved deliberately through ledgers and coins, each action reinforcing the calm, restorative cadence of the late evening, echoing the quiet heartbeat of the city. Tutors encouraged reflection, patience, and thoughtful attention, guiding students in a gentle, measured flow, letting comprehension unfold naturally in the softened light. Firelight flickered and danced along walls, blending with the remaining twilight to create warm, muted spaces, shadows and textures merging into serene, comforting patterns. Every sound, the soft scratch of quills, rustle of clothing, shuffle of steps, and occasional stir of animals formed a meditative symphony that carried through the quiet late evening. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, continued to define the pace of the city, their deliberate work extending the restorative calm of the day into night. Every movement, from writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to shaping materials, contributed to a steady, continuous, soothing cadence, uniting the city's inhabitants in quiet harmony. Shadows deepened across walls and floors, textures softened further, and stone, wood, and fabric revealed muted, comforting patterns under the waning light. Rome moved in quiet grace, inhabitants' gestures blending with the city's heartbeat, each motion reinforcing calm, balance, and restorative continuity. Even in late evening, the steady, deliberate pace set by the most desirable jobs guided life, ensuring mindful, careful engagement, and a gentle winding down of daily activity. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, each person, animal, and flowing water immersed in meditative cadence, a soft, continuous heartbeat carrying life gently toward night. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth merged seamlessly, creating a restorative environment that nurtured reflection, focus, and deep, calm satisfaction. And so, late evening in Rome unfolded softly, every motion deliberate, every sound gentle, every moment contributing to the quiet, soothing rhythm that defined life in the city's most desirable roles. Night fell softly over the city, the sky deepening into a rich indigo, stars appearing gradually, their pale, gentle light reflecting off rooftops, walls, and courtyards. The streets were quiet now, empty of most footsteps, and the city seemed to breathe slowly, settling into a deep, restorative calm, as if the very stones exhaled. Scribes had completed their work and rested, quills set aside, hands and minds still for the first time since morning, the quiet of night filling every corner of their rooms. Clerks closed ledgers and counted their coins one final time, motions gentle and deliberate, their work done, leaving rooms and offices in serene, orderly calm. Tutors had guided the last students home, voices now only a whisper in memory, lessons sinking slowly into still minds, knowledge folding gently like a soft cloth at the close of the day. Artisans set aside tools and materials, their hands resting, motion ceasing, leaving rooms suffused with the gentle sense of care and dedication, now quiet and at ease. Tradespeople extinguished fires, closed shutters, and tidied spaces with unhurried care, their final steps deliberate, mindful, and restorative, leaving streets and workshops calm and silent. The murmur of water from fountains, aqueducts, and small channels continued, soft and steady, forming a gentle, meditative backdrop for the city's slumber. Animals responded to night with gentle movement. Dogs curled into warm corners or blankets, cats settled quietly on rooftops or soft mats, and birds perched silently in trees or on eaves, each motion slow and deliberate. Evening meals had been consumed, bread broken carefully, stews eaten slowly, and herbs absorbed into lingering warmth, leaving homes and hearths filled with soft, fading aromas. The scribe breathed deeply, feeling the calm of night, the stillness of quills and parchment, the quiet settling fully into body and mind, like a gentle lullaby carried by the cool air. The clerk's fingers rested lightly on the final pages of the day, the sound of turning paper fading, leaving rooms filled with a quiet, meditative energy that lingered softly. Tutors reflected on the day's lessons in stillness, the soft echo of their words now a gentle memory, calming and soothing to both mind and spirit. Firelight flickered faintly in some rooms, shadows stretching and softening, mingling with the pale, gentle glow of moonlight spilling through open windows, creating serene, quiet spaces. Every sound, the distant scrape of a shutter, the soft flutter of an animal, the gentle murmur of water formed a continuous, meditative rhythm that carried the city into deep calm. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, had shaped the city's pace throughout the day, their deliberate, careful work leaving a lasting imprint of tranquility and measured rhythm. Every gesture, from writing to arranging coins, from stirring food to shaping materials, had contributed to a continuous, soothing cadence, leaving the city in harmony with its own heartbeat. Shadows and textures softened completely under the night sky, the forms of stone, wood, and fabric revealed in muted, comforting tones, embracing the quiet of the evening. Rome moved in gentle grace, the remaining sounds and movements subtle and restorative, reinforcing calm, balance, and a gentle continuity throughout the city. Even at night, the steady, deliberate pace set by those in the most desirable jobs echoed softly, guiding life into rest, reflection, and meditative stillness. The city existed in quiet equilibrium, every person, animal, and flowing water immersed in a gentle cadence, a soft, continuous heartbeat carrying life into deep night. Sounds, shadows, light, and warmth merged seamlessly, creating a restorative environment that nurtured calm, reflection, and the slow, peaceful rhythm of rest. And so, night in Rome unfolded gently, every movement deliberate, every sound soft, every moment contributing to the quiet, soothing rhythm that defined life in the city's most desirable roles, preparing all for a calm, restorative sleep. The city lay wrapped in the soft embrace of night, the streets and courtyards hushed, only the faintest sounds of water and distant animals punctuating the deep, soothing silence. Moonlight bathed stone walls, tiled rooftops, and narrow streets in gentle silver, softening edges and creating shadows that blended seamlessly with the quiet dark. Scribes rested fully, their quills set aside, minds unburdened, allowing thoughts to drift slowly, gently, like clouds over a calm evening sky. Clerks rested as well, papers and coins arranged neatly, the careful order of the day still lingering in the quiet of their rooms, a gentle echo of diligence now softened into peace. Tutors, too, were at rest, their voices silent, lessons absorbed and settled into memory, minds and bodies enveloped in the restorative rhythm of deep night. Artisans' tools lay untouched, their hands relaxed, the room still, filled only with the soft, subtle warmth of fading firelight, shadows stretching and blending into the calm of night. Tradespeople's shutters were closed, their streets empty, footsteps quiet, the city winding down in unhurried, deliberate harmony, a soft pulse echoing through alleyways and courtyards. The soft murmur of fountains and aqueducts continued, a gentle, steady backdrop that mingled with the faint stir of animals, creating a meditative lullaby for the sleeping city. Dogs slept curled in corners, cats nestled on soft mats or window sills, birds roosted silently, every movement slow, minimal, and deliberate, adding to the profound stillness. The faint scent of evening meals lingered in kitchens and hearths, warm bread, herbs, and stews fading gently into the cool night air, leaving subtle comfort behind. Scribes inhaled slowly, letting the quiet of night settle deeply, their hands resting, minds calm, the gentle rhythm of day now replaced with the soft, unbroken cadence of darkness. Clerks reflected briefly on the day's careful work, the subtle satisfaction of order lingering, a quiet energy now softened into restorative calm. Tutors' reflections faded into the stillness, each lesson absorbed fully, allowing their minds to drift gently, following the quiet pulse of the city. The flicker of the last firelight mixed with moonlight through open windows, casting gentle, muted shadows, creating rooms filled with serene warmth and quiet texture. Every sound, the soft flow of water, a distant shuffle of an animal, the faint rustle of leaves became part of a meditative, sleep-inducing symphony that carried the city through the night. The most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans, had guided life's pace, shaping calm, measured rhythm that lingered, a quiet echo into the depths of night. Every movement from the day, every deliberate gesture, every gentle action contributed to the seamless, restorative cadence that now enveloped the city fully in calm. Shadows softened completely, textures of wood, stone, and fabric revealed in muted, soothing tones, blending into the still, gentle environment of deep night. Rome exhaled softly, the heartbeat of its inhabitants, animals, and flowing water creating a harmonious rhythm, guiding life into reflection, calm, and gentle repose. Even in these deepest hours, the deliberate pace set by those in the city's most desirable jobs reverberated quietly, a subtle reminder of measured, unhurried living. The city existed in perfect, quiet equilibrium, every motion minimal, every sound gentle, every heartbeat soft, carrying life gently into the stillest part of the night. The cool night air, soft shadows, and gentle murmur of water blended seamlessly, creating a restorative, peaceful environment that nurtured sleep, calm, and meditative rest. And so, deep night in Rome unfolded quietly, every movement deliberate, every sound gentle, every moment contributing to the quiet, soothing rhythm that had defined the city's most desirable roles throughout the day. The night deepened further, the city wrapped in a velvety darkness, soft and quiet, where every stone, every street, and every courtyard seemed to exhale a gentle, unbroken calm. Moonlight washed the rooftops, walls, and narrow alleyways with its pale, tender glow, painting the city in muted silver and soft shadow. The light moved slowly across surfaces, lingering, emphasizing textures, shapes, and the quiet beauty of stone and wood. The streets were still. Tradespeople had long since returned home. Shutters and doors were closed. Fires had dwindled to faint embers. Every workshop, every home, every corner of Rome rested quietly, touched only by the soft whispers of night. Scribes lay resting, quills and parchment set aside, fingers unclenched, minds quiet. Thoughts drifted as gently as clouds in a calm sky, drifting over words, letters, and the slow rhythm of the day. Clerks had completed their careful counting and arranging, ledgers closed and stacked neatly. Their hands rested, the satisfaction of order settling like a warm blanket, their hearts slowed, breathing soft, steady, and calm. Tutors' voices, once guiding and measured, were now fully silent. Students slept, minds absorbing knowledge gently, dreams forming softly like distant ripples on still water, as lessons became memories, folded into the quiet night. Artisans' tools lay untouched. Hands rested at last. The gentle rhythm of crafting, shaping, and refining now became memory, a soft echo of deliberate care that still lingered in the spaces, creating a comforting atmosphere that radiated through each room. Animals moved with minimal sound. Dogs slept curled in warm corners or hearths, their gentle breathing a rhythmic accompaniment to the city's slow pulse. Cats curled on rooftops or near embers, soft paws tucked carefully, exhaling quietly with the rhythm of night. Birds rested in trees, perched silently, feathers ruffling faintly in the still air. The soft murmur of water from fountains, aqueducts, and small channels continued steadily, a gentle, continuous lullaby that filled the quiet streets and rooms with soothing sound. Its rhythm was constant, comforting, and restorative. Even the wind moved slowly, brushing softly through leaves and across rooftops, carrying the scent of night air, faint herbs, and the lingering aroma of evening meals, calming, restorative, and gentle. The city's most desirable jobs, the scribes, clerks, tutors, and artisans had set a steady, deliberate pace all day, and their influence lingered now, a subtle, calming force that stretched into the night, shaping the quiet atmosphere around every inhabitant. Every stone, every tool, every stroke of ink, every counted coin, every lesson taught, every meal prepared had contributed to the meditative cadence that now enveloped the city fully, like a protective, serene rhythm. Shadows blended seamlessly with moonlight and faint embers. Walls, floors, and ceilings revealed textures softened by the night, muted colors embracing the quiet. Each home, each workshop, each street corner became a sanctuary of stillness, a space for reflection, calm, and gentle breathing. The city exhaled as one. Rome rested as a living organism, every heartbeat, every subtle motion, every ripple of water contributing to the meditative rhythm of its people, animals, and architecture. The most desirable jobs had guided life carefully, deliberately, for every hour of the day, and now, as the night reached its deepest, most restorative hours, their influence remained unseen, soft, and entirely comforting. Even as the darkest hours approached, before the first faint light of dawn, the city existed in perfect, restorative balance. Every inhabitant was at ease. Every movement was minimal. Every sound was gentle. Even the faintest breath, the softest rustle of fabric, became part of the quiet, soothing symphony of life. Time passed slowly. The rhythm of the city continued in soft, unbroken cadence. The slow, deliberate movements of the day became memory, flowing seamlessly into deep rest. The city, its workers, tutors, clerks, scribes, artisans, animals, and flowing water all breathed together in quiet harmony. The night seemed endless, yet peaceful, enveloping every rooftop, every courtyard, every workshop and home, cradling the city in a restorative, calming embrace. The city's heartbeat slowed, softening further. The whisper of wind, the gentle lap of water, the faint flicker of embers, the breathing of animals all merged into a single, seamless, quiet rhythm that carried the city gently toward dawn. And so, in this final stillness, Rome rested completely. Every person, every animal, every flowing channel, every stone and tool existed in perfect, unhurried equilibrium. The city was calm, measured, and entirely serene. The influence of the most desirable jobs lingered softly, like a gentle pulse beneath everything, reminding the city of careful work, patience, and the quiet beauty of a life lived deliberately, without haste. Night deepened still further, and all motion ceased except the softest. The city exhaled fully, surrendering to rest, every corner immersed in meditative quiet, every shadow a soft embrace, every sound a gentle lull. The city slept. Its people slept. Its animals slept. Its streets, courtyards, workshops, and homes breathed slowly and peacefully, cradled in darkness and moonlight, under the calm rhythm set by those who had lived carefully, deliberately, and with quiet purpose. And in this gentle, restorative silence, the story of the most desirable jobs in ancient Rome faded softly, leaving only a quiet heartbeat, a soft pulse, and the endless, calming rhythm of a city at rest. The night remained infinite, serene, and perfectly calm, carrying Rome, its people, and their daily lives gently into dreams, letting all that had been done and all that had been lived settle slowly, peacefully, and entirely without urgency. And as the city rested, as the stars shone faintly in the deep sky, and the moonlight drifted slowly across rooftops, the quiet, measured rhythm of Rome, the rhythm of its most desirable jobs, its people, and its calm, deliberate life lingered softly, endlessly, like a gentle lullaby for the ages. In this calm, in this quiet, the story fades. And yet, the soft heartbeat of Rome, of daily life, of deliberate, restorative work, continues quietly in the spaces of history, gentle, patient, and infinite. The city sleeps. And so we leave it, in perfect calm, in measured stillness, in the slow, comforting rhythm that carried life through day, evening, and night, gently fading into the quiet of eternity.